invisible grounds. Don't know when to stop. Returning, it's not the way for me. Only a mile to go. Somewhere I belong. I'll see it clearer now. Returning is not the way for me. Only a mile to go. Somewhere I belong. I'll see it clearer now. I feel like I'm all out of time. So tell me you stay behind. Make sure I get to the end. I hope you can see in the dark. It only takes just a little spark to fill my head with the light. Oh yeah.
Hi everybody! My name's Dr. Nick. It's actually not Dr. Nick, it is Jacob Weatherburn, and we're here for round 12 of your Octane Online Racing Legends series, and joined tonight by Jamie Conboy. Hello to you, sir. No, nothing? Nothing from Jamie? Maybe he's waiting for me to introduce him by his real name. Jacob Weatherburn, are you there, my friend? No, I can't hear Jacob. Can everyone else hear Jacob? What's going on? He is here. Anyway, we'll wait for Jacob to return. In the meantime, we'll take you over to the track. It is Mexico. It is round 12. And it is a very exciting track to be bringing you round 12 from. Tier 3 coming at you first of all, of course, as it always does. On track with David Bender McNulty at the moment as he rounds his qualifying lap. It is really close here in Tier 3. And over the last couple of weeks, the lead for the championship has changed. Jesse McLean no longer at the top of the tables. It is, in fact, now Donny Sadewa who leads the way after a couple of really impressive weeks in a row. Dating all the way back to, I want to say, Italy was where his really good run of form started. But especially Baku obviously taking out the win there in the fastest lap. He's been dominating these last couple of weeks and has now taken the lead. So we'll keep an eye on Donny Sadeo tonight as he goes about his business. Still in the pit lane at the moment. Jesse McLean having posted a time now of a 1:17.3. 7/10 off Keelan Dryberg's original lap. Joe Williams, the two Red Bull boys, up there at the moment. Raj Sandhu is also posting an 18.5, so he'll want to improve on that. David Bender McNulty just coming around the final corner now, looking like he's been preparing his first hot lap, so we'll hang around with him for a little while. Jacob Weatherburn, you back yet? I can't hear Jacob. Don't know if Jacob's there or not. And I haven't got YouTube chat either. I can't get them to tell me. Where's YouTube chat? Let's go get YouTube chat. How you been, YouTube chat? Tell me all about your day. Hello, Craig Dale. I can see you in here. Hello, Barry Grant. Matt Powell's here, of course. Oh, Matt, how about that bloody accident in the Gold Coast? Whoa. Right, I've got YouTube open, and chat, I need you to let me know, can you hear Jacob, or is it just me? I can't hear him on the stream either, so I assume Jacob's got some audio issues that he's having to sort out at the moment. And he will join us as soon as he possibly can. I can see you, Matt Powell. You mind your language and your behaviour. I'm on to you. What's Bender up to in the last sector? You absolutely love this stadium section too, by the way. Really good spot in this race circuit. It's actually a very fun track, Mexico. So I'm looking forward to tonight. But it is very tricky and a very slippery track as well. A lot of drivers having a bit of fun here in practice this week as they tried to come to grips with this circuit. So it will be interesting to see how the side-by-side battling occurs here. There's enough DRS to make everyone happy. This very, very long home straight, always good for overtaking. Yulin spins here about tonight. Moana's back again. Good little list here, actually. 16 in Tier 3 tonight. Of course, we always expect a few to drop out as the season progresses, and it has been a long season. What are we up to now? Round 13. So, yeah, quite a lot of points on offer for the rest of the season. There's, as I said, really tight battles up the top here in Tier 3, but it's the same in Tier 2. Don't worry about that. And, of course, the two Zs on... Oh, ZZ top. Where has that been all season? Z Kai Chu and Zachary Smith, the two Zs leading the way in Tier 1. ZZ top, because they're two Zs, and they're on the top of the... Nothing of that? All right. Jacob's still not here, surely. Otherwise, he would have laughed at that, because that's some of my best work. Come on! That was all right. Oh, dear. How are you going, Bender? Let's see a lap. Let's get on board with the great man. Oh, I've got backwards on board camera again. Hang on. Let me go fix this. I'm just going to stand here with my foot on the brake because I want to see how Bender goes about this. He's had 2 cracks and an outlap now. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yo, Jacob Weatherburn. Hello to you. I thought you got upset because I opened with a joke. I was going to say you were Jamie Conboy and I was Jacob Weatherburn, and I went with it, and then dead silence. Absolute dead silence. So I thought I'd upset you, but it's good to have you here. How are you, mate? What? You popped in for 2 seconds and now you're gone again. Jacob's teasing us. He's rimming me. Oh, Bender, that's not it. 27-1 on the board. At least he's got a lap on the board, but no, he's going to want to improve from there, and he's seems to be struggling a little bit with the track at the moment.
All right, so JC,
Yes.
I can hear you on YouTube, but I cannot hear you on Discord. Do
Oh.
you have me muted in Discord?
No, I don't have you muted in Discord. I can hear you fine. Why can't you hear me? That sounds like a you problem. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm on push to talk, lol. Wait. Oh my god. Can you hear me now?
You had me muted in Discord.
No.
didn't you?
I didn't have you muted in Discord. I was on push to talk in Discord. So everyone on the stream can hear me because it's going through Streamlabs. You couldn't hear me because it's push to talk. So we figured it out.
I've got you now. We're all good to go.
We got there. We figured it out. I thought it was a problem on your end, but in fact it was a problem on my end. How dare I?
I'm sitting here ripping my headphones out left, right, and centre, getting cranky, trying to figure out what's going on.
We're all over it up here in the booth. Keelan Dryberg currently on pole with a 16.6, but that lap was invalidated, so didn't want to go around for another crack. He's got plenty of time to come out and improve, looking really strong up there at the top. A lot of times have come through now, and I was expecting to see Keelan Dryberg pipped off the top there, but he's currently 3/10 clear as well, so very nice time from Keelan Dryberg.
Well, I mean, welcome to the best track in the game.
Really? Big fan?
This is my favourite track by
Wow.
a mile.
Holy crap. All right. Tell me about it. Tell me why.
I don't know. I just find it nice and flowing, and I just love it. I especially love Sector 2, but it's weird. Like, I hate Suzuka, but I love this track, and they're very similar to each other, but I don't know. I just love Mexico.
Mate, I'm right there with you. Don't get me wrong. I do think it's I wouldn't put it at the top, but I'm glad that we agree on this one because there's plenty of tracks we don't agree on. I think it's great. I think it's short and sharp for a start, but it's complex enough to keep you interested. And then it's got this huge long DRS straight for overtake. It's got a bit of everything. So yeah, I'm right there with you. What about you, chat? Mexico, yay or nay? Where does it sit on your list of tracks? Of course, we've just gone through a handful of tracks that not a lot of people are fans of. A lot of people despise Japan for some bloody reason. I don't know why. Baku seems to be a bit of a up and down track. A lot of people love Baku. A lot of people don't like it. We had Miami a couple of weeks ago as well, which is not on a lot of people's favourite lists. So Mexico, where does it sit on your list of favourites?
As Radica Suaro's gone to the top, 16.4. So you called it. Keelan has been knocked off the top finally.
I thought we were getting into 15s for Tier 3. I thought there'd be like a 15.9. I thought we'd be scratching 15s. I still wouldn't be surprised to see those come out, but Radica and Anu, they're usually up there in the top, and that's the best they can come up with at the moment. Maybe we're not getting into the 15s here in Tier 3. I'd be very surprised if we don't get there in Tier 2, and then I'm holding out hope that we can get a 14.9 out of someone in Tier 1. A 14.9, I think, is around about the pinnacle of what we can expect from Tier 1. And if we get there tonight, I'll be very pleased.
Wouldn't that be a hell of a lap? A 14.9.
Just keeping an eye on a few Tier 1 guys during practice this week, and they were close. I didn't see one. I didn't see a 14.9, but they were close. They're definitely low 15s, so...
That's saying Albert Park is in Mexico, right?
Who likes Albert Park? That's a great track too.
The bear among us.
There he is. Albert Park is in Mexico. Yes.
Look, Cota's close enough to Mexico. It's pretty damn close.
We just came away from Coda, and a lot of people, I think, have changed their minds on Coda. Oh, who's that facing backwards? That's the Ferrari Adonis Adewa, is it? He is, and then he's on his outlap too. Interesting. We're going to see a lot of spins there tonight. A lot of people get it all mixed up in the stadium section here. And he obviously just clipped the curb there and spun him up. And that's on his out lap too. That's really going to hurt because he has not posted a lap yet. And now he's cooked those tyres. So he'll be into the pits here, I would assume. No, he's going to have a crack at it.
He
Okay.
doesn't have much time left. He definitely needs to get a time on the board. So we'll probably just put a time in at 70% or something and just hope that he may get another run. But I can't imagine those soft tyres would be too happy with him right now. So it'll be interesting to see if he can finish this lap.
Now, as I said at the start, he's now championship leader. So not the greatest start, having just taken the lead of the championship to be currently P16 without a time on the board. As David Benedict-McNulty improves his time and lifts himself off the bottom of the provisional setters.
Pressure does weird and wonderful things to you.
Amen.
Not many rounds to go, and he's taken lead of the championship.
So I wonder if Donny taking the lead of the championship releases the shackles on Jesse McLean, who I'm sure has been feeling the pressure of being championship leader over the last, 8, 9, 10 weeks he's been up there. He's had these boys closing in on it. Mike Dinaldi, another one who's closing in, but he's currently P10, so he's got a bit of work to do. And Amuana, by the way, has jumped up into P3 in the championship. So we said very early on when Amu joined, watch out for Amu to come storming home. Donny's just gone quickest with a 16.4 on burnt tyres. Goodness gracious. I'm glad that he ended up posting that lap because it was a stonker.
Well, he gave him absolutely no hope.
No, I didn't.
And he puts it on pole.
There you go. That's why he's leading the championship. Buggy of pressure. He doesn't feel it.
Tom Maloney in chat is saying that Jesse is having hardware issues.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's the last thing he needs. Where is he now? Currently P10, and with a long way to go to get anywhere near the top. He's got to find 8/10 on what seems to be some broken hardware. So, no, not a good start to the night for Jesse McLean, ex-championship leader.
If I was sitting P10, lost the championship lead, I'd be having hardware issues as well. All of a sudden, my wheel's not working properly. That's what happened.
So, as I wanted to ask you about, did you see the pile-up in the V8 Supercars today at the Gold Coast? Did you see it?
Yes,
Oh.
I did see that.
What a pile-up. Everyone in chat, if you've not gone and seen, if you haven't seen the pile-up in the Gold Coast race today for the V8 Supercars, go and do yourself a favour and find that and have a look. Absolute chaos.
It reminded me of my one of my incidents at Spa in the sprint round this week. It was absolutely hilarious.
Yep, it's cars everywhere, and with cars with nowhere to go too. So there was already cars across the track, and they just added more cars to it. The rest of the field came ploughing through. And you're right, yeah, it looked exactly like some of our OR stuff at Spa this week.
It was just a real like, oh look, there's cars on the road, but I'm not going to slow down. I'm just going to try and find a way through.
Absolute chaos. So it was a fire as well too, which is good to see a bunch of the drivers get out and find fire extinguishers, and when everyone helped out a mate, so that was good. Good teamwork there from the drivers to help each other out. Linspin's just come across done a 16.4. He's only 300ths off pole. Look how close those top three are, by the way. 15 thousandths between Donny Sadar and Radica Caswaro. And then 8 thousandths between Radica Caswaro and Yulin Spin. Absolutely nothing between the top three.
There's a Mercedes that's just looped itself around there, coming through turn 3, it looked like, and someone cutting across the grass. Yeah, very, very close at the top. Can anyone pip it? Surely someone's got a 16.3 in them.
Well, Keelan Dryberg was on pole previously, so clearly has the pace and still P4. But he only has to find a 10th. He's literally only got to find a 10th, and he will be on pole. So we'll hang out with him for a little while here and see how he goes about his business with just a couple of minutes to go now. Hopping over here and getting a tow from his Red Bull teammate. Nice little bit of cooperation there between the two Red Bulls. Whether or not that was intentional, I don't know. Joe's just coming out of the pits, but it was certainly taken advantage of by Keelan Dryberg. So we'll see if that finds him any time at all. And if he can manage to hold on to that time for the rest of the lap, because as I said, he only needs a 10th.
He's just over half a tenth up in Sector 1.
All right.
Stay on board with him here. Hopefully he gets Sector 2 right. This is the trickiest part of the track. All this left, right, left, right.
Yeah, very easy to invalidate through here too, so this will be interesting during the race. There'll be plenty of penalties coming through for track limits.
Very, very smooth through there. Still up by half a tenth, so a little bit deep into there it looked like. Just got to hold it together through the stadium here. Get on the gas, round the last corner.
Looks pretty tidy, Jacob.
I think we could be on for something here.
He does improve.
Elevate himself.
Just slots himself in between Radica and Ulins, who we discussed. Look how close they are. 0.02 of a second now between second and third. So Keelan Dryberg not able to find the 10th he was after, but still slips himself inside the top 3 and onto the front of the second row. Meanwhile, the clock has ticked over and qualifying has ended, so you'll have to be on a valid lap now to improve. We'll have a look at Donny Sadea and see how he finishes off his lap. Sorry, Radica Caswaro on board with now as I fat-fingered the wrong button there. McLaren parked on the side of the road back there. Might have been Zach Graham, who was either giving way or had a few issues. I'm not sure, but Radica made his way through cleanly. Coming across now to finish his lap and go on pole for now. 16.3. There's that 3 you were talking about, Jacob.
Donny Sadaba got any answer to that. He's 2 tenths up. 2 tenths up coming out of the first sector. We could be looking at a 16.2 if he can hold it together through the stadium. Not many cars left on track after him, so if he can bank this one, I dare say pole position's going to be his.
He does.
And he does.
Great lap. And that looks to be about it too. So the last person across the line improves up to pole. Championship leader Donny Sadewa says, shove your pressure where it fits. I've got this covered, and goes on pole with a 16.274, less than a tenth to Radica Caswaro. And then really close in that top 5, Joe Williams as well, no more than nearly 3 tenths behind. So really close up the top here in Mexico. Plenty of drivers look like they've put in the practice this week. Good to see.
Yeah, still only got that one second gap all the way down to P12 there. Jesse McLean, obviously having hardware issues, didn't get the lap in he would have wanted, but field all the way down to P12, still very, very close.
Good stuff. Plenty of 17s and 16s in there. And then no 15s for Tier 3, but I reckon we'll start to sneak into the 15s for Tier 2. And then, as I said, I'm holding out hope we can get a 14.9 out of someone in Tier 1. There's 3 or 4 drivers that are capable of that on their day in Tier 1.
We've got a nice long run down to turn 1 here, which is what I love. Plenty of time to get yourself 3 wide.
So we'll just wait for them to get the grid in order and get their setups and whatnot in place. Medium soft tonight. I know it's 50%, but you know what? Just do it. Medium soft. No, it's probably not. What is it, Ben Curtis? You're in chat. Tell us what we're looking for here. Probably a medium hard, as it has been for most of the season. I wouldn't expect to see the softs voluntarily, unless, of course, we get a safety car or any sort of that sort of jargon. But what do you reckon, Ben Diaboles, leader of Tier 2, who has spent another week telling us that he's absolutely garbage at this track, but he does that every friggin' week. So I'm slow here. He's leading the bloody championship, Ben. At what point are you going to admit that you are fast?
I'd say if he does win the Tier 2 championship, he has no right to say he's slow ever again.
Absolutely. I'm going to change his name in the Discord next season. Not Slow Diaboles or something. I don't know.
So he's calling a medium hard or a hard medium, whichever way you want to go about it.
Yep. Yep, to be expected. Pop over there and have a look at these. Is that you pinging me in chat? Yep, that's us trying to fix the audio problem. We figured that out, didn't we? Nice.
When you had me muted or whatever it was, you just didn't want to hear me voice. That's
Didn't-
okay.
That's it. I was sick of you, mate. I've had enough. Nah, none of that. Absolutely love my Sundays in here with you, mate. And again tonight, looking forward to some good stuff here in Mexico. As I said, won't be too far away now from getting underway. USA he's fast at. All right, so there's one track that Diabolos is comfortable on. And it's at the USA. Which USA, though? Is it Coda last week or Miami? Because there's 2 USA tracks now.
There'll be 3 next year once you add in Vegas.
Oh, yeah, forgot about that.
Which I don't really know. Seeing what the track is going to be like there in Vegas, I'm not really. So I think it's going to be a 1-year thing.
As in,
Really?
you've seen the track layout, you're not a fan?
Oh, I've seen like what people have posted is going to be the track layout, and I just think it looks absolutely garbage. I don't think it's going to be a very good race track at all.
It's giving me Bahrain outer vibes. So we did
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can see that when I look at that track. Yes.
And Bahrain outer was a cracking race. We had a lot of fun there. Yeah? Not that we played it in the game, but I'm saying when we went there and George Russell got his first podium when he filled in for Mercedes and blah, 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 blah. That was a good entertaining race. There was plenty of overtaking. I'm holding out hope that Vegas will be pretty good.
Look, I do hope it's good. I think it extends the calendar to what, bloody 30 friggin' races by now. I don't know how many there are in the season.
Yeah, I think it's like upwards of 24, 25, and that is what I'm unhappy about because there's just too much. I'm all for more content for us, but what about the drivers and the teams and the strategy, everyone there in the garage? They've got families, yeah, and just more work for them. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. It
As we
is
get ready for the start here.
what it is. Donny today we're lining up on pole. Currently leading the championship from Jesse McLean, and Jesse sounds like he's got some issues tonight, so it might be another week where Donny stretches his legs out the front here. In fact, Amoana and Mike Dinaldi will be the ones trying to hunt him down. Amoana up there inside the top 10. Jesse McLean will be starting from P12, and I think Mike Dinaldi's inside the top 10 too, so let's get ready to get underway for 5 red lights. Out they go. Good start off the line from, it looks like Tom Maloney. In fact, the Haas back, there's death. There's death immediately. All right, so I believe it's Yulin Spin who just didn't get off the line. I'm not sure whether or not he's had a disconnection issue there or just wasn't ready. Maybe he popped off to the loo, but everyone else is ready, and they all gave him a boop on the way through. So it looks like Ahmad Securi's the one who gave him a giant... it looks like there's a safety car. Fair enough, too. Ahmad Securi's the one who hit him on the way through. It is only a VSC, so we'll be underway again shortly. Yulin Spin is out of this race after qualifying in P3, potentially P4.
Yeah, I think he was there in P4, and it almost looked like whether he's disconnected or... I can't imagine. It's very hard to miss the start in this game, so I'm not sure whether he's had a disconnect from his wheel or he's disconnected from the lobby or what. I'm not sure, but either way, that's him done for this evening, which is unfortunate. Still under this VSC. This is helping out Ahmed Securi because he's definitely got no front wing on that car.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but he's fallen off the back of him anyway because these guys look like they're going relatively quickly.
Yeah, lots of disappointment there for Yulin Spin. As we said, he's had a really good qualifying lap and looked like he was in there amongst it. So it won't be tonight. And of course, we haven't got the sprint format tonight, which we did last week at Circuit of the Americas, the feature race and the sprint format. Not here tonight. You got your full 50%. We're going for 36 laps and we're underway again. Donny today was still leading the way. All single file now down to turn 1. So we've missed out on a bit of turn 1 carnage due to that VSC. Everyone's sort of filing into single file and down into turn 1 they go. Tom Maloney putting a little bit of pressure there onto Joe Williams, but not getting anything done. Mike Dinaldi's had himself a handy little start, as has Raj Sandhu and Ocean. up a handful of spots each. Amuana down 6 spots. I'm not sure whether he was caught up behind Ahmad Skuri and New Linspin there, but that's not a great start for Amu as he tries to bite into the lead that Donny Sadewa has in the championship.
Yeah, I believe Amu got caught behind the Haas. He would have had to, I think he dodged to the right to get out of the way, and then Ahmed Zakuri just had nowhere to go but flat up the back of the Haas. Got another yellow flag in Sector 2. It looks like Daffa Harris has had a moment.
Yep, hard tyres not quite warmed up for Daffa Harris yet. So there's a couple out on hard tyres. Donny Sadewa and Richard Kaswaro both on hard tyres, interestingly.
You also have a couple of drivers on softs. Zach Graham, Jesse McLean's on softs, Raj Sandhu's on softs, so they'll be looking to get a move on early. Maybe they're going to do a soft to hard, but have to do probably over 20 laps on the hards.
Good to see some different strategies here tonight, though. As I said earlier, we've had a lot of... 3 seconds already for Ahmad Skuri. That's not ideal. That's really early on to pick that up. As I said, we're going to see plenty of that tonight, but that is early. Oh, a little look down the inside there from Keelan Dryberg, but pulled out of it, chose against it. But yeah, as I was saying, good to see lots of tyre strategy tonight because we've had medium hard all season long, essentially. So good to see a couple of softs thrown in there.
Yeah, I love it when the strategies are mixed up. Makes for some good racing towards the end of the race with guys on different tyres, and DRS will be activated this lap. Yeah, this lap Keelan's got it, so he is going to have, I thought he was going to have a look there. He's putting a lot of pressure on Radicha Kaswaro here.
He does look likely, doesn't he? Radicha, of course, on the hard tyre and Keelan on the superior mediums, and that is curse number 1 of the evening.
That's those mediums done.
The superior tyre. I'm taking half credit for that, Jacob. You were giving him raps, and then I followed up, and we can share the credit for that curse, I think. Back down to P13 for you, Keelan Dryberg. Who can we line up next? How are you going, Tom Maloney? Oh, he's having a little battle here, actually, with Joe Williams. The two of them side by side through turn 1, 2, and 3, and it looks like they're going to carry on. Raj Sandhu is a
3 wide,
keen spectator here.
Raj is on the softs. He rightfully decides to get out of it there before it ends in disaster, but he's going to look for the little switchback. He's going to get it done.
Nice.
What a move there.
Not over yet.
Try and hang it around the outside. Ahmed Zakuri does the fastest lap of the race, but Raj Sandhu gets that move done. That's a lovely little switchback there.
So Joe Williams has lost 2 spots in the first sector of this lap. Nice battle with Tom Maloney through the first handful of corners that Tom won out on. And then Raj Sandhu ready to pounce after closing the gap to those two while they battled. Just snuck up the inside on those soft tyres and made it look easy in the end. So nice work from Raj Sandhu to jump himself to P4. Joe will have to settle for P5 at the moment. And soon enough, he'll have Mike Denoldi on the back of him too, Joe Williams. So got a lot of work in front of him, Joe.
Tom's going to be vulnerable down into turn 1 here with Raj on the softs. It's going to be right up the back of him. Tom's not going to defend it too hard. Raj will take that spot relatively easy. Tom's going to try and hang it around the outside though. Still side by side. Raj on the soft tyre doesn't get it done. Tom manages to hold on after all of that.
Yeah, good defense there from Tom. Had his car in the right places, and tell you what, not over yet. Again, Raj looking likely down the inside here on this soft tyre. He does look like he's got a lot more grip than his competitors. But again, Tom putting that car in all the right places. I don't know about that little send there, Raj. He's just put his nose where it doesn't fit. Both cars managing to escape that without too much pain. But now Joe's closed right up on the back of him again.
Raj wanted that switch back again that he pulled on Joe the previous lap. Tom was aware to it though. It's got another yellow flag in sector 2. The other Mercedes is around. That looks like Ocean pointing the wrong way. It's got a nice little battle here. Mike Denolti's right on the back of these guys now, so it's nearly a... Oh, who's that around? That's Jesse McLean round in the background. On those soft tyres, say goodbye to those. So a few drivers having trouble with the stadium section already this evening. Surely Jesse's got to get off those softs now. We go back to this little five-way battle now with Mike Denaulty and Joseph Trans looking to get onto the back of it as well. Tom is the leader of this train and he's having to defend hard from Raj, looks like he's gonna get a move done up the inside this time round. Nice move. Done that time, much safer that time round.
Yeah, it's been coming for a couple of laps. You can see Raj clearly has an extra tenth or two pace in him on these soft tyres. Oh, in fact, Tom a little bit wide there. I'm not sure if he's carrying any damage now. That looked like it just understeered into oblivion. He managed to hang on to it. He's got Joe Williams well and truly up in his business now. And as you said, Mike Denaulty not far behind here either. In fact,
he's already lost DRS to Raj as well, so he's going to be vulnerable down the straight again. Mike Denaulty's having a sniff at Joe here.
Very exciting start to this race. Plenty to watch. There's battles everywhere. It's good stuff.
The upper Romeos are usually pretty quick in a straight line. It's shown here again.
Absolutely.
So he's going to get a double overtake done here. He's going to get Tom Maloney as well.
Hello.
Alfa Romeos are an absolute rocket in the straight line.
You called it before it happened, Jacob. Joe Williams had DRS and he still just walked past him. They absolutely are a rocket ship in a straight line in that Alfa Romeo garage. They just, I don't know if they run low wing every week or what they're doing, but they just seem to be so good in a straight line.
Poor old Tom Maloney lost 2 spots in one corner.
And again, he's just struggling to get these mediums going again. I don't know whether he's spun them up at some point or I feel like he's carrying damage, but his car looks to be all in order. But just over the last 2 laps, he looks like he's struggling to turn the car in, and then when he does get it in, it seems to be oversteering on him. So, not sure what's happened there. Although we did see Jesse McLean have a spin before too, so maybe the Williams boys just haven't quite got the setup right tonight.
Two McLarens here, P8 and P9.
Yep, Zach Graham on 6-lap-old softs now, so they're probably pretty close to Crying Wolf. He'll probably pull into the pits here, I reckon. If not now, then definitely next lap, because they look like they've had enough.
He understeered through the last corner there massively. I'm not sure how many laps they're going to try and run these softs for, but we don't usually see them go even this long, 7 laps in.
Interesting that it's not one driver that's hanging them out there for extra laps, though. They all seem to have committed to making these softs last as long as possible, so clearly something to that. We'll keep an eye on that for the rest of the evening too. But you're right, Jacob, they usually pull in pit lap 3, lap 4, so interesting to see them extend them.
I'm sure Zach Graham just picked up his 2nd time penalty of this evening, so that's not very handy after 8 laps. Most of these guys have already used all their ERS as well, and this is not a very friendly track to regain battery on. So if you use it all up early, unless you get a safety car at some point, you're going to struggle towards the end of the race.
Well, another Mercedes. Yeah.
No, it looks like Jesse McLean round in Sector 2. No, it's not Jesse.
No, I think it's another. Oh no, is it? Oh, Bender. Oh no, Bender.
Oh, it's an Alpine. They all look the same to me.
All the blue. They need to do something about that, honestly.
Can't tell the difference. It's too hard.
Like, how long have we been doing this for? What, 13 rounds now, and some if you add last season or whatever, and we still don't know the difference.
But again, Sector 2 and the stadium section seems to be catching a lot of people out tonight. And you called it early, saying they were going to be the problem areas. Tom Maloney's just hanging on to the back of Joe Williams here. He's managing to stay within that DRS range. Zach Graham's already on 6 seconds of penalties. Everyone else on 3, but Ahmed Sakuri would have served that 5-second penalty he had when he pitted on lap 1.
So how about Mike Denoldi up 8 spots? He's clearly got a handle on this track. He's enjoying himself out there. Zach Graham, Soapy, also having a nice start. Up 7 spots into P8. The two McLarens currently 7 and 8. So, as I say that, it looks like Keelan Dryberg has gone past Soapy. But that's a good start for him. He's under pressure now too from Daffa Harrods. Oh, it looks like he's giving him a bit of a touch there, a bit of a help in the last sector as well. So Daffa.
Zach's tyres were already struggling. It looks like he got a bit of a helping hand. He's not going to pit, though.
Surely we're pitting here, Zach. Oh, my goodness.
I would have wanted to get off those things laps ago.
Interesting.
9-lap-old softs.
Someone was on the softs and has just pitted. It'd be Raj Sandhu, I reckon, who was on the softs and has just pitted. So anywhere between 7 and 9 laps, it looks like. Diabol's saying the mediums fall off after 10 laps. So what the hell is he doing out there on 9-lap-old softs? I don't know.
After having 2 spins.
Yeah.
Raj
Maybe.
has called that strategy well, though, because he's on fresh mediums, but he's got acres of space in front of him. So hopefully he can get those things up to temp, just punch out some lap times. Because the top 2 have raced away to nearly 4-second lead. And Securi is round there, turn 3.
Will there be a penalty for that, Brad Grant? If you're talking about the one between Daffa Harrods and Zach Graham on the last corner there, I would assess that there probably will be. Of course, we joined late. We didn't quite get all the angles, and we don't pretend to be stewards up here, Jacob and I, but just on first glance, there will be, a cheeky little report there, I think, and potentially a penalty on the way. Because that was a bump pass in every book. But, of course, he didn't get all the angles, as I said. Maybe he didn't touch him. Maybe he just arrived when he'd already spun. We didn't see exactly what happened, so we'll wait until we get the replays later on this week.
How much battery does Donny have there in P1? 27%. It's just interesting that Ridic has had DRS all these laps, but just can't seem to catch him. So whether Donny's running even lower wing or just draining the battery on the straights. No, Ridic has still got 70% battery or so, so he hasn't been using much of it. Maybe he's happy just to hang in that DRS zone and let the Ferrari do all the work for him.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. They're both on the same strategy, so he knows that this is the man he's racing with. They've got a 4-second gap on Mike Denoldi now, and that's with Mike having the superior tyre as well, so Ridic probably thinks, yeah, Donny's the only one I'm battling here. I am racing for the win, and we're on the same strategy, so I'll just let him play all his cards, and he might be handling this really nicely, Ridic Kaswara.
I mean, it's a pretty smart decision. If he's just going to sit there and let Donny drain the battery and keep all of his ERS in play for after he makes his pit stop. It'll be a genius strategy if it plays off. Zach Graham finally has decided that those softs have given him enough grief over the last couple of laps.
Goes on to the hards now, so we'll hope that these hards can go the distance, and it's only a one-stop race. No safety cars yet. No, we've had the VSC, obviously, at the start, but nothing that anyone could use to take advantage of any sort of free tyre swap. So it's good stuff from Tier 3. Couple of spins, but no DNFs. It's been a good start.
Jesse McLean just gets past Zach Graham. Joe Williams hanging onto the back of Mike Denoldi. These guys on the mediums have made absolutely no inroads to the front 2. They've actually lost ground. So having that faster tyre hasn't played out for them in regards to catching the 2 up front. They have broken DRS on Tom Maloney.
So Mike Denoldi with no DRS here. Joe Williams with DRS. Does he close in on the back of this Alfa Romeo, or does the Alfa Romeo just scream into the sunset? Doesn't look like he closed the gap at all there.
Maybe half a tenth. And the Alfa Romeo's out of battery as well. See how he catches up here in this little DRS zone. Moving up to turn 4. and doesn't really make that much ground. He's lucky to gain half a tenth with the DRS.
Yeah, didn't use any battery and also didn't see any slipstream, interestingly. Just walked into a wall of air, so I wonder if that played anything. But yeah, you're right. We've said it all season, these Alfa Romeos really good in a straight line, but I would have expected them to take a little bit of extra wing here. It's certainly no Monza. It's not a 0-0 wing setup where we should be having a sizable chunk of wing on the car here to get through this section. And then, as we said, the stadium section is really tricky as well. You'd want a fair bit of downforce, wouldn't you?
I would. If I was in these cars, I'd want a fair bit of downforce. I can imagine that'd be an absolute handful through Sector 2 if you didn't have much wing on them. Some of these guys are just very, very good at controlling the car.
Not for the first time tonight. Armad Security goes quickest on track. He has gone in and put on his second set of new softs, Armad, after his initial collision with Yu Lin Spin off the line. We're still waiting to hear what happened to Yu Lin Spin there, as he just did not get off the line at all. He was parked in his grid box and caused a few issues for the drivers behind him. One of those being Armad Security, so he had to go into the pits very early on and change his nose, and since then he's gone in again. He's had a couple of sets of softs on and he's put in a couple of purple laps.
It's all been very smooth sailing for the start of this race. There's a few little battles forming. Joe Williams and Mike Donalty here fighting for P3. Another yellow flag in Sector 2. Is that Raditcher? That is Raditcher.
Well,
he's going to go tumbling down the field all the way back down to P8. That is very unfortunate.
It's in the S's where you need that extra wing. So unstuck comes Raditcher Caswaro, and he was chasing down Donny today, who was still within that second gap. We were saying he was playing it well and he's been really patient and he's got on the same strategy, sneaking along really nicely. Is that curse number 2 of the evening, or was that too late?
Oh, I'd say that's probably our fault. Look, I'll put our hand up for that one.
So,
who's that around? Is that Bender around there in Sector 2 again as well?
It is. Yep. 13 lap old hards. This is a tricky spot for Bender to be in terms of strategy.
Zach Graham behind him's had a moment as well in Sector 2.
It's all in these S's. This is where it all happens. It's not the first and certainly not the last tonight.
That's 3 cars on this lap. Ahmed Zakuri's had a moment now as well in Sector 2. A few drivers starting to come unstuck now, but Donny Sadei was being let off the hook by that spin by Raditcher. He's got nearly a 5-second gap now. Joseph Tran invites himself into this battle with Tom Maloney.
It is all kicking off, Diabols, right after Jacob said it's nice and quiet this race and just starting to develop into a bit of a snooze fest. That's what he was thinking. Bang. Straight away. 4 spins immediately.
No contact from other drivers, though. It's all just guys pushing that a little bit too hard.
Bender has popped into the pits and has now put mediums on, so don't know if those mediums are going to go for 21 laps. They'll certainly be in all sorts of trouble if he does try to stretch them out.
I say go for it. I say stretch him.
Mike Donaldi's not stretching him. He's had enough. He's in the pit lane and getting off of his mediums, and will probably go on to hards now.
Yeah, I can imagine the hards will last 20 laps quite comfortably. He's got a good little battle for what is effectively P3 at the moment.
Jesse McLean has DNF'd. Ooh.
Oh no, and that brings out the safety car.
Right as David Bender McNulty had pitted. Goodness gracious, that's as unlucky as it gets for Bender. But this is working beautifully for Joe Williams, Tom Maloney, Keelan Dryberg. They're going to absolutely love this safety car. It is a problem for Donny Sadea and Joseph Tran and Amuana, because the mediums, again, I don't think will be really comfortable after 20 laps. The hards will. So this has worked out absolutely beautifully for those on the mediums right now. But it's those on the hards who will be really asked a serious question here. You'd have to take the free pit stop and hope for a late safety car to get on the softs, but that's a gamble.
Yeah, I think you're silly if you don't pit under this safety car. I reckon you'll see the whole field probably come in. If you're on the mediums, you'll be fine. But as you said, those guys on the hards just need to suck it up here. You're not going to give up the chance of a free pit stop.
Jacob called it right. You can see the top 5 in the pits. Donny Sedewa goes on to the mediums. I think everyone will just switch from mediums to hards or hards to mediums here. I don't think we're going to see any softs inside the top 7 or 8 drivers. And indeed, that is the case. Stafford Harritt's P7 pops in and chucks on the mediums. Keelan Dryberger stayed out, has he? No, he's in the pits. Apologies. Looks like Raj Sandhu has, though.
Raj Sandhu's decided his mediums were only 8 laps old and he's already used his hards. No, he started on the softs.
He did start on the softs. He loves the 2-stops, Raj, too. So I think he's looking for a late safety car.
He might be looking for he might be looking to go soft, medium, soft. But it's a big gamble to pass up the free pit stop. Zach Graham picks up another 3 seconds, gets his warnings under the safety car this time.
How do you manage that, Soapy? What are you doing there? He's come through the S section, which is where you get most of your track cut penalties, but certainly not under safety car, I wouldn't have thought, Soapy. Anyway, already on 0 lap old mediums here, so he'll just trundle along. He won't be pitting. But that is Ahmad Sakuri who pops into the pit lane behind him. Already at the back of the field, so not really costing or gaining anything under this safety car is Ahmad. I'm interested to see what he does here, though. Has he got, how many sets of softs do you get? Has he got any more?
Surely not. Surely he's out of softs by now. He's had to put on 1 lap old hards, which he took off on lap 1 after losing his front wing. So surely he just plans to go to the end from here.
Yep. That's not half bad, actually. The 20 lap old hards by the end. That's okay for Ahmad. He'll try and warm these up, and if indeed there is another safety car or a couple more DNFs, or people have to pit in front of him too, by the way. These mediums, I don't think they're going to stretch to 20 laps. But if they do, Daffer Harris, Radicia Casporo, even Bender and Zach Graham, they will be really low on pace towards the end of this race. So this could actually work out for Ahmad Sakuri, this safety car, and he could actually pick up a top 10 if he's lucky.
Jesse jumped into chat saying he was having trouble with his brake pedal.
Yep, unlucky, Jesse. Not your night here in Mexico, I'm afraid. The last thing you needed was to be a 0-point finish tonight, because obviously not turning up last week to Circuit of the Americas. That's double ducks, 0-0 for ex-championship leader Jesse McLean. Not ideal in the slightest. That'll probably have him... Yeah, no, he'll hang around in P2 because he's got a 145-point gap to Amuana in P3. So he'll hang on to P2 this week, but will now come under pressure from Amuana and Mike Donaldi as he tries to hang on to P2 for the rest of this championship. But Donny Sedewa will be loving this. Amuana currently P7 on track. Jesse McLean having DNF'd. Mike Donaldi currently P6 on track, so still nowhere near him. So Donny Sedewa really loving life up the front here at the moment. It's just gotten a little bit murky here in Mexico too. I don't know if you've noticed the weather.
I was just about to say that. It looks like it's getting a little bit overcast. We're probably going to do 1 more lap under the safety car, just waiting on Ahmed Security to catch up. But yeah, these medium runners, asking these tyres to go a long way to the end of the race. If Raj Sandhu can stick his mediums out, they'll nearly be 30 laps old by the time this race finishes.
Raj will be absolutely coming into the pit lane to put softs on. He loves himself a 2 and or 3 stop race. It's just about whether he gets lucky and does it under safety car or he has to do it under his own wing. But I guarantee you, he'll be coming in looking for softs at around about lap 30.
Donny Nelly gives the safety car a boot at turn 1 there.
I thought he was going. He's been pretty close the whole time.
After what we've seen in the past, I would not be trusting the safety car to hold a consistent pace or line. And I'd hate to be wiped out by him.
F1 2022 Virtual Championship and Lego Builds is in chat. Hello, mate. He popped in a couple of weeks ago. He was telling us about his Lego builds, and he builds stuff with Lego, and I love that. Good to see you, mate. Brad Grant pops in here every week now. He's a regular. Hello to you. Diabols should just get up here and commentate with us at this point. What do you reckon?
Oh, well, he's in chat every bloody week. Why the hell not?
And he's got more info and stats and knowledge than both of us put together. What do you reckon? We get Diabols a bit of a cameo later on in the season? I reckon we sneak him in. Tell you what, if he finishes on the podium tonight, we're getting him in between Tier 2 and Tier 1. We're going to interview him.
I like the sound of that. Safety car in this lap. I also like the sound of that.
So we're just ticked over 50% race distance as this safety car was called. And it was a very interesting start to this race. A good first 50%. We had plenty of side-by-sides, a couple of three-wides. Softs, mediums, hards, spins, VSC, and now a full SC. So we've had a little bit of everything in this first 50%, and we're lucky enough that we've got another 50% to go. Donny Sadewal will lead them away across the line, and he's got a long, long straight to keep Raj behind him, but the two of them have got off to a really nice start. Back here, Joe Williams and Tom Maloney got caught out by the restart, but Tom Maloney moves himself up into P3, takes advantage of that. Nice work.
Looks like Joe was taking a bit of a nap there coming out of the last corner. Looks like Joseph Trans made a move on Mike Denolti as well. Great start by some of these guys. A couple maybe just got caught out on the restart there. Mike is under pressure from Amuana, who looked to be going up the inside. Gonna have to do it around the outside here. He's gonna try and stick it out, but Mike in the inside for this little double apex here. Pushes Amu wide. Holds the position. Now Duffer Harris is going to invite himself in here.
Great battle.
You guys just getting a little excited on the first lap of a restart. Joseph Trans.
Whoa.
That was very, very close there. That's cost him a position. Maybe two.
Oh. Don't know how I feel about that one. At first glance, I reckon Joseph was probably entitled to have a go up the inside there of Joe Williams. He looked like he was far enough alongside. Joe closed that door rather aggressively. Now again, whether or not he was entitled to that corner or not, we didn't have all the angles, so Joseph probably really unlucky there to have lost a couple of positions, but of course it could have been much worse too. He could have been spun around or lost some of his wings, so all in all, not a terrible result for Joseph Tran, but yeah, Joe Williams closing that door firmly. I tell you what, that's given Mike Denoldi a big leg up too, because he was P6 before all of that, and he's gone past Joe Williams and Joseph Tran, so up to P4 he goes.
Yeah, and he had the pace before the safety car and the pit stops all sort of happened. Mike Denolti was sort of driving away from everyone as Joe wants to have a look up the inside there. Mike gave him room. Couldn't get the move done as they come into the S's again. Okay, what a big yellow flag. Who's that around?
Don't know. Don't see it. Duffer Harris.
Yeah, Duffer Harris has had a moment there. I couldn't see as everyone was going through.
Oh, in the same corner, Joseph Tran and a Red Bull getting together there. Last lap, it was Joseph Tran and Joe Williams in that corner. This lap, Keelan Dryberg closing the door on Joseph Tran. So Joseph Tran in the Alpha Tower will be just saying, hey, the big brothers up there in the Red Bull garage, can you give me a bloody hand here? Getting all sorts of bully is Joseph Tran over the last couple of laps. But again, no wing damage, so he gets to carry on. He escapes any sort of visit to the pit lane.
Amuana's closing up on Joe Williams here. Right up behind him, just towards the end of that DRS zone. If he can make any inroads here. He's going to be forced to go around the outside. Can't get close enough though.
Up the front, Donny Sadewat currently 2 seconds clear of Raj Sandhu, so we said at the start those two got away nicely. But Donny's just pulled away on 8 lap superior mediums and now second and a half up the road from Raj, who still has, it must be said, just over a second gap to Tom Maloney, but Tom is teetering on the edge of that 1 second gap to get DRS. Where is the detection zone here? It's, probably the checkered flag, isn't it?
No, it's just there, just as you come into the last corner.
Okay, so he
Detection
was
zone.
outside that second, so he won't get DRS here, Tom Maloney, for at least this lap, but he is closing here, so he's using a little bit of battery potentially, trying to close the gap to Raj Sando. In fact, sneaks within that 1 second gap now, so we'll get the next zone to help him out. Back here, this battle continues on. Joe Williams still threatening the back of Amawana.
Denolti, I think, is very close to being out of battery, but so are the drivers behind him.
Amawana.
Get that move done, round the outside, even before the braking point.
Nice one, little DRS assistance there. I didn't think that DRS zone was any use. It's really short, but Amo used it to his advantage there, and as you said, snuck around the outside very nicely.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Both Joe Williams and Keelan Dryberg have picked up 3 seconds in the last couple of laps. Those Red Bull guys running out of warnings as we have Zach Graham around in Sector 2. It's going to send him tumbling back down to P14. Joe Williams will be looking to line up Mike Denolti into turn 1, I'd say.
Unlucky for Joe there. We're on board with him as he got the track cut through the S's there, and it didn't even look like he necessarily cut. You can see how easy it is to overstep the mark through that S section, so unlucky for Joe, grabbing himself 3 seconds there.
Raj Sandhu's decided to pit. He's put softs on.
Told you it was coming. I didn't think it'd be that early, but I knew it was coming.
To try and do 12 laps on the softs to finish out the race.
Bang, down the inside. Joe Williams, nice little send there. Mike Denoldi doing nicely to give him enough room to do so comfortably. Good racing there between the two of those. Yeah, that is early for Raj. I did think he'd be trying to stretch out the mediums and get the softs onto the last stint, so I feel like he's going to have to pit again now. As you said, Jacob, I don't think the 12-lap-old softs are going to be doing him any favours.
All the way down to P14 too. I really don't think that the strategy to put the softs on, I would have been pitting under that safety car for the hards. I think that's going to cost him a decent position. But we'll wait and see what happens. Got a yellow flag.
More Zach Graham sadness. Just hasn't got a grip on this track tonight, unfortunately. Soapy, he's looked all right for the first half of the race, and then once he spun once, it seems like he's just had a few more now, and I think we're up to number 5 or 6 for poor old Soapy, so hopefully he carries on and manages to finish the race. Oh, God, he's in all sorts of trouble. Those tyres are all, they're dead. He's had enough.
Get the camera off him.
Yeah. He's already dead.
Let the man have his moment.
Oh, dear. Sorry, Soapy.
He's out of battery as well, though. A lot of these drivers have used up all their battery already. But Mike was having a look at Joe there. In a bit of a Red Bull sandwich at the moment.
Nice defence there from Joe Williams. You saw him just park his car in the middle of the road, defending the inside line from Mike Denoldi, who had DRS on him. So good defence there from Joe Williams. Oh, Keelan Dryberg taking advantage and having a look down the inside of Mike Denoldi there, which he was entitled to do. He's up alongside. Mike made the mistake. And again, that's good driving from Mike Denoldi, it must be said, who's done really not... Oh, that's unfortunate. No! He's done everything right, Mike Denoldi. He's given space to everyone who's had a battle with him. And unfortunately, he's the one who comes unstuck. He gets no damage and he's on the hard tyres, so hopefully not too bad. He can cool those tyres down and carry on. But back down to P10 now for Mike Denoldi, who it must be said has driven really well so far this race. He's battled with a couple of drivers and done nicely to give them enough space. And it's unfortunate that he's the one who has come unstuck on that occasion.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. They just sort of bumped tyres with each other there. There was definitely enough space for him to go too wide, but it's cost him a bunch of positions as Keelan Dryberg now goes past Joe Williams. These Red Bull guys need to work together. They don't want to get caught tripping over each other.
Especially because they've both upset Joseph Tran tonight, and now they have Joseph right here for company. So don't know if Joseph is the kind of guy who sees red, but he can see 2 Red Bulls, and both of them have given him a fair old, well, not necessarily a punt. They made their way through legally without necessarily being clean. But I don't know. I know some people, if they were in Joseph Tran's shoes, might be just lining up these Red Bulls and saying, all right, well, what's good enough for you is good enough for me. So this will be an interesting watch over the next couple of laps if indeed Joseph Tran can close this gap.
Tom Maloney grabbed himself 3 seconds as well back there, so that's going to hurt him.
Nice little move there from Raj Sandhu through the S's too. That's pretty brave, but he's done it on the soft tyres, so clearly felt like he had the advantage there and used it. Back up here, Joseph Tran will have DRS to Joe Williams, but of course Joe's got it to Keelan Dryberg as well. Last lap we watched Joe Williams get overtaken by Keelan down the inside, and Keelan's had himself a nice lap and has stretched that gap long enough that Joe couldn't challenge him again, so they stay Dryberg, Williams, Tran for now. Back here, Mike Donaldi trying to pick up P9 from Bender, who's quietly gone about his business tonight. Bender, I'm sure he's hanging on to 6 seconds of penalties. He is. There's a couple. I tell you what, there's a lot of penalties out there. Not just 3s. You've got 6s and 9s and a 12 for Zach Graham, who's having a shocker of a night. Poor old Soapy. He's spun it around. He's just gone past Ocean, though, so not at the back of the field.
There's going to be a lot of drivers walking on eggshells in the last 10 laps of this race.
Oh, yeah.
Penalties are going to come into play for sure. So if you
Oh,
can just...
Bender.
Oh, Bender.
Quietly gone about his business tonight. Hasn't had any spins. Has looked really good. Dead. Well, he's not dead. He's losing the wing. He'll carry on, but it's probably curse number 3 of the night, I reckon. Sorry, Bender.
I reckon that's not a spin number 3 or 4 for Bender.
Is it? Oh, I thought he picked up a couple of penalties, but I thought he'd spun in qualifying, but not in the race.
He's had some problems through Sector 2 there this race.
All right. My apologies. So he'll have to pop into the pits here for sure. Change the nose over on that car. Not sure what the pit delta is here, but that'll invite Zach Graham and Ocean to challenge him for P12 for sure.
Yellow flag in Sector 1. Who's that? Duffer Harris? No, that's Joe Williams. So he was battling with his teammate and Joseph Tran. So I don't know whether there's been some contact there with his teammate. For God's sake, I'd hope not. But we don't know what happened, but I'm sure the Red Bull chat later on tonight will tell you if those two have come together.
Yep, unlucky for Joe. Looked really strong tonight. He's been driving nicely, so he's back behind Mike Donaldi with 8 laps to go.
I know Tom Maloney's got a penalty, but we've got a nice little battle brewing for P2 here. I tell you what, I know Radicha Caswaro had a spin earlier, but with 3 drivers ahead of him with 3-second penalties, he could gain quite a few positions back up to the top at the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Samuena's surely going to have a look at Tom Maloney into turn 1 here in the slipstream, pulls out. Not sure, they nearly touched each other then. Tom's going to try and get the run out of turn 3, but it doesn't look like he's going to quite get it done. He will just drive away with the DRS now. It's going to leave Amu free to try and chase down Donny, who has nearly a 4-second gap. He's been just driving on his own out there for the majority of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like anyone has been able to catch Donny Sedewa tonight. Really strong in qualifying. We saw him post a purple lap in qualifying on what we thought were burnt soft tyres. So if anyone can do that, you assume they've got a fair handle on the track and a fair bit of pace to boot. And again, it is. It's exactly that. He has not looked challenged at all here. Of course, there's been a couple of cars close to him under safety car restarts, but other than that, you're right, Jacob. Just driving around out here by himself with 6 laps to go. 13-lap old mediums. They'll make it to the end. They might not be necessarily quick, but Amuana on the same strategy behind won't be challenging him. I don't think he's got this race in the bag, pending any sort of calamitous error here.
Well, you've tried every word in the book to make sure he doesn't get to the end in first place there.
Nah, he's too good for a curse, Donny Sadewa. He's leading the championship for a reason. We've tried a couple of times this season to curse him off the road, and he hasn't bit. So I would trust him to bring it home. But you're right, this battle for P2, P3, the battle for podium positions is pretty hot, considering the penalties. 3 seconds for Tom Maloney, Keelan Dryberg, and Joseph Tran, and then less than 3 seconds back to Raditya Kaswaro. So can Raditya close this gap to under a second, which will bring him into play for those top positions, the 3, the 4. At the moment, it looks like he's got 5, but he will want more than that, if possible. But I tell you what, it looks like he's got Daffer Harrods for company here too, who, whilst he has 9 seconds worth of penalties, if he wants to battle, that might just slow Raditya up a little bit. So Raditya will just be asking Daffer to kindly bugger off. He wants to catch up to these boys up the front, but if Daffer Harrods gets the DRS here, we know the Alfa Romeo is strong in a straight line, but DRS plus slipstream, you would assume Daffer's going to have a crack here, and he probably gets it done.
He's going to get it done easily before turn 1. He'll get back onto the bloody racing line before he has to brake. So Raditya's not going to have it all his own way to try and catch all these guys with penalties in front of him. He's going to have to do it the hard way.
Oh, now he's got himself 3 seconds right there on the exit of turn 2. So there goes any idea of that.
Well, it didn't even look like he run that wide. If anything, I thought Daffer was going to get a penalty. He was off the bloody track, but it is what it is. Nearly every driver's only, 3 drivers, 4 drivers left that don't have penalties. Raj Sandhu's soft strategy's not going to pay off. He's 18 seconds behind P10.
Daff grabbed himself his 12 seconds already tonight, so Daff has got a big stack of pens there.
It's getting a little out of control for some drivers. We've got 2 drivers now on 12. And a driver, Bender's on 9. So a few drivers just needing to rein it in a little bit in these last 4 laps.
Yep, it's going to come into play for Tier 2 and Tier 1, I'm sure, as well. Those guys always pushing the limits of what the track allows.
Yeah, it is very easy through this XS section here to pick up your track warnings as Zach Graham gets another one, takes him to 15.
Yep. On board with Ocean now as she chases Zach around, and you saw him, he didn't go that high, but they are really strict here, the track limits. And, oh no, Ocean, be careful. She saw Zach get all sorts of crossed up there, and she almost gave him a little help on the way through. But good driving. She's done well there to avoid the back of Zach Graham and gets to carry on. Both of them get to carry on, which is nice.
Amuan has been making rocket inroads to Donny and just picks himself up a 3-second penalty. He's within 2 seconds of Donny for P1, but that 3-second penalty now is going to probably wipe that out. Got David McNulty in P14 catching these 2 in front.
Oh, good little battle forming here. This is not the first time we've seen Ocean have a little crack at Zach, and she was entitled to that. Nice. Good move, Ocean, up into P12. Of course, she was going to get that position anyway because she's got way fewer penalties than Zach Graham, but we're all competitive sim races. It only counts if it's on track, doesn't it?
Oh, that's it. You always want it on track. Jump up the front. Amuan is nearly within a 1-second gap of Donny here. It's really reeled him in. I know he's got a 3-second penalty, but he's probably still going to want to cross that line in P1. So we might end up with a spicy little battle on the last lap.
So only three drivers, only 3 drivers with no penalties here. You can see how difficult it is to stay out of the steward's book. Donny Sadewa is one of them, though, and that shows you the quality of driver that he is. He is up here, been driving around with hot pace all night long and doing it within the rules as well. So that's a really solid effort from Donny Sadewa. Where is this DRS detection point? If it was close. I reckon it was close. I don't think he's got the DRS. He does! He's going to get it! Here we go.
The spice for the last 3 laps. Imagine if Amu can get this move done and pull a 3-second gap.
Oh, if you can pull
Oh,
3
no.
seconds, that'd be a huge effort.
I don't know if Donny's tyres have gone off because Amu was nearly 4 seconds behind. And I know they're on the same strategy, but he's reeled in 4 seconds in about 2 or 3 laps. And Donny had plenty of battery left when we last checked on him, and he still does. I don't know whether he's just struggling with the mediums or whether he's just trying to keep that battery for the last lap. Joe Williams posts the fastest lap of the race.
Nice. Yeah, pitch some points for that. Bender's done nicely to get past Ocean and Zach Graham as well. So Ocean and Zach, we were watching battle before. Bender just biding his time there nicely and snuck past both of them on those soft tyres. So up on a P12 for Bender. Here we go, Emma. Whoa, little look. Definitely in the mirrors now. Donny Sadewa, who will be sweating. But just about to cross the line onto the penultimate lap now.
Donny's got to dump the battery. Or do you let Amuana go and try and stick within the second so you have the DRS coming onto the last lap?
He is using the battery. He doesn't want to give it to him now.
He is just going to dump the battery. Tell you what, this is going to get very spicy. Samu goes very deep into turn 1. A few drivers have jumped onto the soft tyre.
Another little burst of DRS there. Helps Anu keep this gap really close now. Wind their way through this tricky middle sector.
If you're Amu though, you don't want to do anything silly because you've got a 3-second gap back to Tom Maloney, so you're not going to lose any positions. So there's no point trying to force a bit of an ambitious move for P1 here, but got the run. Looked like he had to get out of the throttle a little bit to save running up the back of Donny. I'd love to know how many warnings Donny's on, whether he's had to just back out of it because he doesn't want a 3-second penalty either.
Yeah, he did look pretty cautious there through the S's, but hard to tell whether that's what he's been doing all race long and that's why he's got no penalties, or whether he's just doing that now because he's on that final warning, as you said, Jacob. But here we go, final lap, and Amu's going to go bang down the inside. So into the provisional lead goes Amuana. But it is 3 seconds of penalties hanging over the head. Donny knows that full well. All Donny's got to do here is stay within 3 seconds and avoid any track cut penalties over this last lap. And Donny will take the victory. Yellow flag back there for, again, Bender at the same spot coming out of the S's there, unfortunately.
God, Amu's pulled 6/10 already.
Surely not.
He's leaving absolutely nothing on the table. Donny's just not got to grab himself a penalty through here, but Amu's jumped a second clear.
Surely not.
I don't think you'll gain 2 seconds in the stadium section here unless Donny has an absolute moment, but
Absolutely chucked it into that corner. He wants it. But Donny's done beautifully. Has looked really strong all night, right throughout qualifying and then all throughout this race. Challenged late here in Mexico, but Amuana, whilst driving impressively to come across the line first, isn't able to claim the victory as Donny Sadewa gets it on penalties. P1 for Donny Sadewa, yet again claiming a race victory in this F1 22 Legend Series. Amuana will be pretty pleased with P2, but wanted that win. You could tell how hard Amu was driving the wheels off that McLaren late in the race, so good effort from Amuana to pick up P2. Tom Maloney again on the podium, having a really strong latter half of this season is Tom Maloney after cracking the sads halfway through the middle of the season, thinking he might pull the pin and disconnect and AFK and uninstall. He's had a really good run of it the last couple of weeks, Tom Maloney, so a good result there to get on the podium again. Keelan Dryberg impressive tonight too, by the way. Currently P6 in the championship behind Tom Maloney. So, very happy with himself there, Keelan Dryberg, I would assess. After a good qualifying session and a pretty solid race. Nice work, Keelan Dryberg in P4. Joseph Tran will be wondering whether he could have grabbed himself a podium after he was looking really strong early on and then just got bodied by both Red Bulls and whoever knows what else. And again, I think it was pretty legal what happened, so we'll have a look at that during the week. But legal or not, it was rather aggressive from both the Red Bulls as they made their way past Joseph. So P5 for Joseph Trant. Radica Caswaro looked like the only driver who could challenge Donny Sadewa tonight and was keeping up with him all throughout the first and second stints before the safety car occurred. And then had himself a whoopsie-poopsie in the middle sector and unfortunately fell all the way down to the P11 or P12 and has done nicely to recover to P6 for Radica Caswaro. Amuana, driver of the day, much deserved. Really strong performance from Amanu to climb through the field and finish in P2. Come across the line, P1. But maximum points for Donny Sadewa tonight. We'll find out who claimed the purple lap as we get into the results. But first place for the Ferrari man, Donny Sadewa. Nice work. The trophy aloft. The team much happier than they were at the start of the season when Donny won Hungary, but then had a really poor race at Australia and fell off the back of the leaders. But ever since sort of round 5, round 6 has been super consistent, Donny Sadewa. And again tonight, you can see no penalties from pole, race victory, has it all, Donny Sadewa. Purple goes to Joe Williams. He'll be pretty pleased with that. So he'll take a couple of points away from that. But you can see the amount of penalties here. That's what it's about in Mexico. How many penalties can you avoid? Can you go without them? Donny Sadewa, Mike Dinaldi, and Raj Sandhu inside the top 10 and without penalties. Jesse McLean, unfortunately, DNFing tonight due to some hardware issues. It's not going to help him. Currently P2 in the championship, but Amuana, P3 in the championship, will close that gap now. And Yu Linspin, unable to get off the line. Got stuck in his grid box somehow, some way, and got a big punt from behind from a few drivers who weren't aware that he was stopped up. So, not sure what happened to Yu Linspin there after qualifying in P4 too, so clearly had the pace. But yeah, an unfortunate turn of events at the start meant that Yu Linspin didn't get off the line and got it cleaned up by a couple of drivers on the way through. But there you go. Tier 3. Blink and you miss it. That was fun. Done. In the books. So they'll get ready for next week. What are we going to do between now and Tier 2, Jacob Weatherburn? What do you suggest? What do you reckon? Do we get... I don't think Donny would be willing to come in.
What about Jesse? You still around, Jesse? Jump in and tell us what the hell was going on with your bloody pedals.
Yeah. Go and team up. What am I going to do? I'm going to go find Tier 2, who will be getting ready to get underway shortly. Around about 6:30. That sort of noise will come at you. I'll put some tunes on while we try and tee up a little interview with Jesse. See if we can get him in amongst it. Tom Maloney wouldn't be a bad shout either. A good performance tonight from the Williams driver. Had him finish on the podium as well. Yeah, absolutely, Amu. Noida 8 Streams is in chat. Very happy with his recovery drive. If not for the penalty, mate, P1. But no, Jacob and I both commenting that you had a really nice recovery. So you'd be pretty pleased with that, I'm sure. So it will be Tier 2 coming up next. 6:30. Not too far away, for sure. Jacob and I will hang out here. Keep you company. And as I said, we're going to try and tee up one of the Williams drivers and see if they can pop in here. And good fortunes for one. Poor fortunes for the other. Unlucky Soapy. Not your night, I'm afraid, mate. Big stack of penalties, couple of spins, and people running India and all sorts of stuff. Just not your night tonight, Soapy. Unlucky to you, mate. But prepare yourself for Brazil. One of my favourite tracks, Brazil. Not sure how everyone else feels about that, but it's a high-quality track out there in Sao Paulo. Big fan of Brazil. So, unlucky tonight, Soapy, but prepare yourself for next week.
Jesse has joined us. He's going to run us through what the hell is going on with his hardware tonight.
Good evening to you, Jesse McLean.
Gentlemen, how are we? How's the stream going so far?
Yeah, we're pretty happy up here in the clouds, mate. It was a very interesting Tier 3 tonight. We had side-by-sides and safety cars and a bit of everything tonight. Jacob's favourite track, by the way. So tell us about your evening. Obviously not the ideal night for you.
That's not been an ideal couple of weeks. So what happened was my brake pedal appears to have been registering when it's not registering. So it buggered me up for qualifying and also the race. So that's why I just didn't have the pace.
So what do you got, a bit of a Logitech setup or something? Or
Yeah, it's a Logitech pedals, yeah.
Yeah. So I personally had the same thing happen to my Logitech pedals towards the end of their shelf life, and I had to create a dead zone to stop that little bit of
Yeah,
a little bit
the
of
zone I
input.
had.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's currently 35 and they're still doing it, so I'm due some new ones, so
Jesus.
I'll be looking for them.
Unlucky.
But yeah, it's unlucky. It was a great battle to watch between Emu and Donny though. It's my championship worst nightmare, but it was a great watch though.
Yeah, absolutely. Donny looking really strong towards the end of this season, and after taking the lead of the championship last week, has now stretched his legs and will be very comfortable up the front. So yeah, fair bit of work for yourself and Amuana and Mike Denoldi, not too far away either. But yeah, Donny Sadeo setting the bar high now in the latter half of this season, looking really strong. So we've got Brazil, Abu Dhabi, Silverstone, Saudi Arabia, and Imola to come. Which of those tracks speaks to you highly, Jesse? Which one of those are you looking forward to? And which one are you potentially not looking forward to?
Probably Imola. It's not one of my good tracks. Just from general. I would be getting beaten by Mr. Maloney, my teammate, myself. So I just don't have the pace there. Abu Dhabi, well, the new track layout, I'm not sure. I haven't really done much running on it. Silverstone should be interesting though, especially being an endurance race too. So it'll be definitely survival of the fittest in that one. Saudi Arabia, I mean, as long as I don't Mack truck it like I did last year, I think I'll be alright in that area.
I did forget we're going to the new track layout for Abu Dhabi. I have not even looked at that. I completely forgot that they'd updated the track, let alone the fact that they'd snuck it into the game. So have you had a run around there at all, or are you as new to that as I am?
I've had a crack at it, but it was more the part of you go down the first hairpin where Verstappen made the famous pass. I totally forgot that there's not a chicane there anymore. So I've tried to slow down for a chicane, which didn't even need to stop for. But it's going to be interesting, regardless.
So, are you confident in your chances coming into the latter half of this season? Do you reckon you can recover? Have you got you've obviously got the sore, sick, sorry pedals at the moment. How long before they get sorted out? And can you make a late run at it?
Yeah, I reckon so. I can possibly get new pedals tomorrow, really. So I did have a bit of a personal thing last week that happened, but this is creeping on the top. So we'll see. We'll get pedals by easily into the week. Easily just go to EB games. There's surely some EB games where I'm living should have them. If not, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, mate. There's plenty. I think Big W carries them now, and
oh sweet.
Yeah, you can find them in a lot of places now. The Logitech setups especially. So, no, Jacob and I obviously both hoping that you can get all that sorted out, because it's been a really good watch up here. We're both, of course, unbiased commentators, but sneakily hoping that you do very well. And it has been tough watching you over the last couple of weeks struggle along, but as I said, we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds to go. There's still plenty of points on offer. And as we've seen already, there's been plenty of hiccups for every driver so far. No one has been spared, especially from Jacob's bloody curses. So
It's not
plenty
over
of...
till the great
I'm
convoy
going to
stings.
throw this out there. If Jesse's still struggling for pedals next week, mate, get to my house. You can use my rig.
Ooh!
Ooh!
So hang on, is that
Ooh.
while you commentate? Have you got a separate setup where you're going to be commentating from somewhere else while he drives?
I'll commentate off a separate PC. Jesse can log into his Steam on my rig and
Oh.
have my rig for the evening.
Look out.
Oh god, I'm getting too excited now. But
Now that is content. I almost want a webcam on that. That is proper content.
I do have a webcam. I could bring it along, but there is a technical issue there, which is separate, which we'll discuss.
That kind of
Well,
reminds me
another
of
time.
something like George Russell jumping into the Mercedes. We talked about this earlier. George Russell jumping into the Mercedes for the first time. And remember how he didn't fit? He was too tall? I don't know what the size difference is. I don't know what the size difference is between you two, but it gives me those kind of vibes.
Jacob, how tall are you?
6 foot.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm fine. I'm 5'8". You're fine.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm
my,
a short
seat's,
ass.
my seat's on bloody rails, mate. It moves.
That should be sweet then. But as you were saying before, Jamie, it's not over till the big JC sings, so you just don't know.
That's it, mate. You've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah,
Not your week this week.
I'll turn up every week, but we'll get into it.
Mate, that's it. I tell you what, that is the key, yeah? Is turning up every week. I've got an awesome stat for you that I don't want to just spill out here immediately because we're only about a minute or two away from jumping into Tier 2. But I have a stat for you that applies to Tier 2 that will blow you away if you weren't already aware of it. Nick Randall is in chat here at the moment, and I believe it was he who brought it up midweek somewhere in chat somewhere. And this is credit. You know what? I'm going to give it to you now. This is credit to Nick Randall too, by the way, who spotted this. Ben Curtis currently leading the championship. Robert Wenzel currently P2 in the championship, and Corbin Hanna currently P3 in the championship. Guess how many poles those three drivers have between the three of them?
0.
The answer is 0, Jesse McLean. Well done by you. Ben Curtis leading the championship. Wenzel, P2. Hanna, P3. 0 poles between the three of them. Guess how many wins they have between the three of them?
Now, if they have 0, I'm just going to walk out.
Jacob, you got a guess for me?
Surely one of them has a win. At the top 3 in the championship, how are they all winless this season?
It is 1 win between the three of them. 0 poles and 1 win between the top 3 in the championship. 1 win to Robert Wenzel. That is how close it is for a start. But secondly, that is the importance of showing up every single week and putting points on the board, because that's what those three have done. Robert Wenzel does have 1 0 to his name in Australia where he DNF'd. It wasn't because he didn't turn up, but it is a 0. But nonetheless, every single week, those three drivers have turned up and put points on the board, and they are your top 3 in Tier 2. I think that is unbelievable. 1 win and 0 poles.
That's just consistency for you as well.
Amen.
People turn up every week. Gotta love that.
Amen. It is. All right. We're just about ready to cross over into Tier 2 now. They are lining up on the grid. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Jesse McLean. Currently P2 in the championship. Obviously not his night tonight, but I'm sure you will wish him the best of luck for the rest of the season as we head off to Brazil. Not next week, but the week after, if I'm reading this correctly, November the 13th. We head off to Brazil. That doesn't seem right. We're having a week off next week,
week
are we?
off.
Silverstone 6 hour next weekend.
Of course. All right. So we will be taking the week off due to the Silverstone 6 hour in our Assetto Corsa Competizione series. So a cheeky little week off next week. So it gives you plenty of time to get the pedals going, Jesse McLean. But as I said, whenever next week or the week after, doesn't matter. We're going to Brazil. And everyone in chat, myself and Jacob Weatherburn, wishing you the best of the luck for the rest of the season.
I just want to say thank you for that, but also, just before I go, it's Silverstone next week for F1 as well.
Care?
Just before I go. Yeah.
What, for the Legend Series?
Yep.
All
Not even
right.
kidding.
Well, your schedule looks a lot different to mine because I've got Great Britain as an endurance race on November the 27th.
Mine says that November the 6th. I'm looking off the website. Unless I've got it wrong.
Not sure. All right, well, someone will
That's
have to
right.
clear that
Anyway.
up for us. Now I'm confused. I've got it wrong already. The Japan week got me confused, and the Singapore thing got me confused, so I might be wrong. But anyway, it is what it is.
That's all right.
Whether
I thought I'd
whether
bring
or not it's
confusion.
next week or whatever, we'll work it out. But good luck to you, Jesse, for the rest of the season.
Cheers, guys, and I'd say everyone enjoy the stream. I'll catch you guys next time.
Let's head over to the pit lane. We're tier 2 getting ready to go now. Joe Williams looks like he's popped his way up here, by the way. So nice work to Joe Williams for backing up for the second time this evening. Nice and sunny again here in Mexico for tier 2. I see Bender's popped in the chat. Totally up to you, mate. Absolutely up to you. We'll leave that in your court. I got your message. I haven't replied to you. I can't. But I'll leave it up to you. Whether or not you want to pop in halfway around or jump in here now and keep us company, I'll leave that entirely up to you. We have no noise, do we? We've got the bug happening again where we have to alt-tab out and just come back in. That's fine. We'll fix that up. Now we've got some sound. Yes. Beautiful. Tier 2 has been a great watch all season long. As I said, Ben Curtis currently top of the pops.
What's your guess for poll time? You said you wanted a 15. How deep into the 15s are we going?
Yeah, interesting. So Tier 3 didn't quite go as low as I thought they would. So now I'm not as confident that Tier 2 will get into the low 15s, which is I think was my initial guess. I'm going to say a 15-4 as a that's going to be my guess. 15-4. Your thoughts?
I'd say 15-7.
Okay. All right. 15-7. Didn't we have a 15-6 on poll for Tier 3? Am I thinking of that?
Wasn't it a 16-6?
Oh. Oh, you might be right.
16-2 was polled. Donnie did a 16-2.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I thought we were in the 15s for... No, you're right. Okay, that makes much more sense then. All right, now I'm a little more confident. What did you say? 15-6? 15-7?
15-7, I reckon.
15-7, and I said 15-4. I reckon we're good little battle occurring here between those two. All right, we'll see how we go. Couple of drivers already out there on their hot laps, but as I said, we're just chucking it around with Ben Curtis here at the moment, who is your championship leader here in Tier 2, only by 44 points, no gap whatsoever back to Robert Wenzel. Robert Wenzel is racing tonight, is he not? Yep, he is, as he does every bloody week. He's out there. Suma is currently on track with Corbin Hanna as well, so your top three in the championship are out there. Momo's out there, he's P4 in the championship. Andre McLeod's out there as well. He's P5 in the championship. So all the big players here tonight. Both the Haas fellas, Ethan Small and Nick Randell, the first to cross the line with a 16-6 and a 16-8 for the two Haas boys. So good start for them. The Alfa Romeo of Jeremiah Marco comes across the line with a 16-5 and goes quickest. The frankest of all Frankfords comes across the line as well, currently in P4. I am interested to see that Neil Alexander missing tonight. In fact, that is more than interesting because he had marked his attendance as an in. So I am curious to know where he is. I usually have that information. We chat often, and I was confident he was racing tonight. So I'm not sure where he is. Whether he's just maybe coming in late or has been caught up and otherwise predisposed. Ben Curtis, your championship leader, is P4 on his opening lap with a 17-2.
Well, they're getting down there. We're at mid-16s already. Who's your pick for pole? Let's go early.
Ooh, who's going to get my 15-4? Who's going to get
Momo.
your 15-7? Momo for you.
Yeah.
We've forgotten about Jin Bin. I'm going Jin Bin. I'm going Jin Bin.
Because Jinbin goes quickest. I completely forgot he's been promoted.
Yeah. I had forgotten his presence in Tier 2 tonight as well. He's just snuck up there into P1 with 16-2. Yeah, I'm going to go with Jin Bin.
Look, I think you're going to be on there now, but hey, let's see. I believe.
So Jin Bin with a 15-4, and you've got what, Momo with a 15-7. Anyone else out there in Chatland, give us your guesses. What do you reckon? You know these drivers as well as we do. What do you suggest? Andre McLeod would be a cheeky shout. He loves pole position, so he wouldn't be a bad guess if you wanted to have a little play with Jacob and I. Bevis Lau making his return tonight after missing the last couple of weeks. He's back on board. The Kovac Strategy Centre will be very happy to see him back out on track. Kenneth Ang, another one who's capable of a pole position. So I wouldn't be counting him out either.
As we have been joined by the man himself, David McNulty. Who's your pick for pole position, mate?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well out there. Wow, I mean, Jim Ben's been on pole last 2 weeks now, hasn't he? So, hard to go past him at this stage, I would think.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say Andre McLeod before Jin Bin popped up, so I'm gonna actually switch over and say Andre McLeod grabs this, just to sort of separate myself from Bender and Jacob. We've all got different guesses going along here now. 16.2 is frightening pace as a starting lap from Jin Bin though, so Bender with the favourite at the moment, but I just think Andre McLeod is a sneaky chance. He just pops up onto pole position every now and then and lets you know he's thereabouts. So we'll follow him around the middle sector here. Speaking of the middle sector, how did you go in the middle sector tonight, Bender?
This part of the middle sector was all right.
How about the S's?
Pretty straightforward. The S's not so great. Yeah, the car, tyres, curbs, or something. Yeah, not sure. Just typically fun, and I swear some of these track limits are just ridiculous.
Yeah, very strict.
It's not even a cut. Not even a cut, and it's penalising me, I think. But it's what it is.
No, mate, you are not the only one. There was plenty of drivers tonight that Jacob and I thought were very unlucky to pick up warnings and penalties for what looked to be pretty clean lines. And the same with the spinners in the S's, mate. There was plenty of drivers who spun through the S's. Radica Kaswara was P2 and within DRS range and just following Donny Sadeo around quite comfortably. They were P1 and P2 and it looked like it was a 2-horse race, and even he came unstuck through those S's. So yeah, there was plenty of them in Tier 3, and I would assume there's going to be a few more here in Tier 2 as well. Very tricky track, even with high grip, but it just seems to have a lot less grip in F122 than it has in previous versions. So yeah, it's like ice, according to Soapy. He came in here before. He was pretty upset with the condition of the track. So yeah, there's plenty of strugglers.
Well, Aaron Heather's not struggling. He's just gone P5, 116.7. It's a good time there. Just ahead of your man, Andre McLeod.
Yep, Jin Bin up there. Andre McLeod up there. Momo's got a bit of work to do, but he's very capable. Here's Jai Eng, so not counting him out at all. Robert Wenzel, the only driver yet to post a time, coming around the final corner now, crosses the line to start his hot lap of her, potentially. I've got no telemetry, so I couldn't tell what sort of battery the great man was on. And indeed, it was full before he started that straight, so he is just starting his first lap now. Jin Bin has come through the middle sector on his outlap as well, so he's getting ready to start lap number 2. Bevis Lau, hello, he snuck up there into P2 at some point. Not sure when that was, but Jeremiah Marco was P2, and Bevis Lau on his return has gone into P2. So nice lap from him. Momo has improved into the 16s with a 16.6. Just want to jump on board with Jin Bin here and do a lap with him and see how he goes about his business. Not using any of his battery down here. This is his second out lap, apparently. He's not got the neck wrung out of this at all. He has got the DRS open, but he's not using any battery whatsoever, so whether or not that's intentional. But no, he's certainly not storming the house down with his pace through this first sector here.
Might just be wanting to get the soft tyres warmed up, give him an extra lap to get the temp right, but surely those tyres would come up the temp pretty quickly as our championship leader gets out of the way by mowing the lawn.
I mean, they felt pretty good to me from the out lap, flying lap, and then in lap. But yeah, I mean, Maybe these guys have got different ways of warming their tyres or strategizing. I'm not sure. Or it could have been the old had to get out the way in Sector 3 and then the game's gone and said this lap and next lap invalid. I don't know, that maybe happened. Because it does like to throw that one out there sometimes.
Maybe.
Curveball.
Yeah, could have got a bit of the old next lap invalidated. Yeah, good call. Forgot that it was a thing. Anyway, coming around the final corner now, he's got the battery open. So, take 2. We'll stick on board with Jin Bin here as he does start his flying lap on what is now the 3rd lap for these softs. So, potentially not the ideal window. Whether or not he was just warming them up, we don't know. We don't know the answer. But anyway, he's on a hot lap now. Using all of the inside curves there, getting a little crossed up on the exit. But keeps it going straight and narrow for now. As we come across the first sector line, and he is 0.03 down on his personal best. So still in with a shout of improving here, but he's going to need a good 2nd and 3rd sector. You can see using all the track on the outside there. And then on entry, using all the curbs as well. So he's clearly well adept at using all of the track available to him. But it's this kind of curb abuse that gets him in trouble during the race if he isn't careful. We saw a lot of drivers picking up upwards of 12, 15 seconds in some cases of penalties in Tier 3. So we're assuming it'll be the same sort of thing here in Tier 2. In fact, the race win was decided on penalties. Amoana coming across the line at P1, but costing 3 seconds worth of penalties, dropped him to P2. Jin Bin with a 16.0. Nearly into the 15s is our man Jin Bin. Jesus, that lap looked quick, but I didn't think it was that quick. He's clearly got a handle in this Red Bull.
Yeah, that's
He
very quick.
picked up like 2.5 tenths just in the final sector on that lap. He looked very, very planted through Sector 2. All those S's, the car just looked extremely stable.
Interesting to know what type of wings these guys are running. I think from at least my race in Tier 3, there were a lot of people that were running high wings and then some people that were running almost no wing. And you could really tell some people were just an absolute rocket ship down the straight. But they were giving up upwards of half a second in Sector 2 and 3. And it comes out to roughly the same lap time.
I absolutely love these kind of tracks. Spa is that kind of track too, where you can set up for the middle sector and be planted through there, but then lose on the straight. There's a couple of tracks I absolutely love these tracks. I love the tracks where there are different setups and different strategies that come into play because of it.
Believe it or not, Monza is one of them as well. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but just being able to take Ascari and the Lesmos in Sector 2, Sector 3 much faster, it's actually quite interesting.
Nice lap there from Ethan Small. Shaves more than half a second off his original time and goes up to P2 with a 16.3. Andre McLeod has gone up to, well, he was in P2 with a 16.4, but that's been pinched from Ethan here. So 16.4 is good enough for P3 at the moment for Andre McLeod. Bevis Lau still up there with his 16.4, waiting to come out on his last run. Jeremiah Marco is invalid here, so I assume Jeremiah is going to pop into the pits here and grab some fresh boots, recharge the battery, and head out for one more go. But every driver sitting in the pit lane at the moment, other than Corbin Hanna, who's out on track. Everyone just waiting for the track to evolve as much as possible. We did see the pole time from Donny Sadewa in Tier 3. It was the very last lap in qualifying, so maximum track evolution playing into Donny Sadewa's hands for pole in Tier 3.
In saying that, our top 3 in the championship, though, currently P10, P11, and P14.
4 tenths up here for Corbin.
Surely a pit though. This is it though. If he completes the lap, he does not have time for another one. Surely you pit and get some new tyres.
Ooh, I think he's going to finish it. I think he's going to...
Ooh, that's dangerous.
He's 3 tenths improved. It's good for a 16.9, but I think you're right, Bender. He's not got anywhere near enough time now to duck into the pits. Takes a minute and 16 to get around, which is going to leave him with a minute and 30 seconds to She's going to be tight. I don't know how quickly you can get in and out of the pit box.
Nah, you can't get in and out of your box that quickly. It takes forever for them to put you into the garage.
Yeah, so they really need an option to do a racing style pit stop, provided you've got the fuel left, because you could totally do that with this amount of time left.
Yep, just in there for a fresh set of boots. As you said, no petrol added. You could probably get out there and finish that out lap with about 10 seconds to go. You would cross the line and you'd be ready to start your flying lap, but it's not going to work out for Corbin Hanna on this occasion. So 16.9 looks to be about as best as he can provide for us tonight, which is only good enough for P12 at the moment for Corbin Hanna. Adley! Good to see you back in chat, mate. It's been a while. Good chance we get Adley back on track after finishing his studies and whatnot. He's just coming to the end of that now, I think, is the talk around the chat rooms. So it would be very nice to see Adley back out on track, either in Tier 1 or Tier 2. Clearly got the pace to be up thereabouts for sure. Righto, Bevis, what do you got for us on your return? Bevis has missed the last 2 weeks. Wasn't with us for Baku. Wasn't with us for Circuit of the Americas. And then didn't have the best of nights either in Singapore. So we'll be looking for a big result tonight. Will Bevis Lau. Currently P11 in the championship, but not far behind P10. Currently P4 here on track at the moment and is... Well, I was going to say he's up on his personal best, but 4 thousandths is pretty bloody even.
He doesn't need to improve much to grab P3, though. Only needs 600ths to grab that position off Andre McLeod.
Just coming up to the second timing line now. Give us a better indication of what sort of lap Bevis has got on board. He's gone 2 tenths quicker in the middle sector, so he has found a little bit of time through there. Just keep an eye on him through this tricky stadium section here. All the curbs and some. Nice line. Very hard to get the traction down out of this final corner here. And then you'll see him tuck in as tight as he can through there. Goes on pole! Hello!
Wow!
Bevis Lau managed to find a couple more tenths in the final sector. That's a great lap from Bevis Lau. He goes quickest with a 16.0. Very close to sneaking into the 15s there. But of course, track evolution... Sorry, Jacob.
I was about to say, more importantly, no one's managed to pip a 15 yet. 16.0, track evolution's going to play a part. Can anyone improve? Andre McLeod's already crossed the line. Jinbin should be on a lap.
Haas coming into the pits there. Momo come. Oh, that's an Alfa Romeo who's retired around the last corner there. Was it an Alfa Romeo? Was it? No, I'm not sure. It might have been a Ferrari. Oh, it might be a Haas.
The Haas sitting there. Oh, he's
Whoa.
not. Jesus. Whoever's driving that Haas just...
Nick Randall is the one who's DNF'd, I'm afraid. So here's Jinbin. What's he got in him? Haven't got the timing lines. We don't know whether he's up or down on this lap. He hasn't got to find much to get in front of Bevis. He hasn't got it in him. He does improve, but not by enough. Wow, that's as close as it gets. He improved by under 100th of a second. It's only thousandths in it, and he didn't find enough thousandths. He needed 16 more. So Bevis Lau currently sitting on pole with no one else on a lap. Bevis goes bang. Welcome back to Tier 2, Bevis. After a couple of weeks off, just comes up here and says, get out of P1, Jinbin. Very nice. None of us picked Bevis Lau. Jinbin P2, Andre McLeod P3, Momo P5, Bevis Lau 16.0. Nice.
That's a great way to return back.
Out of nowhere.
No, he was on none of our radars. We all underestimated him, and he proved us wrong.
Very nice. So Bevis Lau, he's pages, man. He's a Kovacs boy. I don't know whether they're in here. I haven't heard from them all night, but they want to get in here and check out Tier 2. Because their man, Bevis Lau's put it on pole. 16 thousandths clear of Jinbin, mind you. That's bloody as close as it gets. Very nice. And then we saw a second was the gap down to P12 in Tier 3. It is 8 tenths down to P12 here in Tier 2. So even closer in Tier 2 than it was in Tier 3. Joe Williams, of course, not posting a time because he's doing God's work, backing up after Tier 3, filling in here in Tier 2. But how about that? But from Bevislau, very nice return to Tier 2. And a good mix of nationalities up the top here too. You got 5 different nationalities in the top 5 drivers. Love to see that. Very good stuff from Tier 2.
Let's hope it's as clean as Tier 3 was. Only the one safety car in Tier 3.
It was a very strange start. We had the virtual safety car before we even got to the braking zone at turn 1. I think that helped to reduce the carnage.
Yep, absolutely agree with that, Bender. We had the VSC run all throughout the first lap, and then by the time they went into turn 1 in any sort of anger, you're right, they'd all spread out because of the virtual safety car. So it could be a different story here in Tier 2 as they head down to turn 1. Usually a very chaotic turn 1 simply because of the length of the straight that's leading us down there. So it will be a good watch. How did you go avoiding the carnage, by the way, in Tier 3? It was you, Linspin. We're not sure what happened to the Haas driver. He just did not get off the line at all. Have you got any information there as to what happened?
So he disconnected between qualifying and the race. And I actually called this. I said, look, I think we should restart here. There's going to be some issues. And then everyone's like, oh, no, see if he can rejoin. And he rejoined, which is fine. And then didn't have control of the car. And so for us, he didn't move anywhere. And I'm not sure what happened. There was yellow flags off the line. We got illegal overtakes, and it all kicked off.
Ugh.
I mean, not to go on about it, but I was right. But
I hate to say I told you so, but I actually love saying I told you so.
Got him. No, I was on the left-hand side, and that will happen on the right-hand side. Yep. So I managed to avoid it and picked up, I think, 3 or 4 positions. So yeah, it wasn't too bad for me.
I can understand damage being a pain in the ass there off the line, but if you get illegal overtakes because the car's just stopped in its grid box, it's just chaos. Chaos. Anyway, as Jacob said, it was actually a pretty clean Tier 3 in terms of collisions. There wasn't a lot happening. There's a couple of spins and whatnot. Obviously, a lot of people having trouble with the slipperiness of the track. But in terms of battling and racing and side-by-side and collisions with other drivers, it was really clean. There was some really good racing, especially through that middle sector. There's a couple of drivers who were pretty ambitious in their sends, but they were entitled to corners and they made it stick, and there was moves around the outside as well, and cars have just disappeared off the track. I'm the only one who can see that, but I'm telling you, I've just watched all of the cars disappear off the track in the formation lap. Now they're back. Thank Christ for that.
Speaking of moves very quickly around the outside, did you see the battle for 12th, 13th and 14th with 2 laps to go?
Yourself, Ocean, and
Yes.
might have been Raj back there. Can't remember who the other third was, but yeah, we were watching that for a while for sure. It was a great little battle there between, I think you took both of them.
Around the outside at turn 1, yeah, I was quite pleased with that. And then I binned it half a lap later, which I wasn't very pleased with.
Yeah. I don't want to say Jacob cursed you. Was it? Oh, no. We had a couple of curses, and I believe that was one of them. Anyway, Tier 2. Let's get it happening. 3 red lights, 4, 5 already, and a slow, delayed start that meant that a couple of drivers maybe just caught out. In fact, there is a lot of chaos already. Oh, no. That is Momo, who has spun around off the line. He's got too happy on the gas. And he got absolutely cleaned up by potentially his teammate. I'm not sure whether that was his teammate or someone else who's going to have some wing damage back there. The safety car has been called very early on again. Before we get down to turn 1, we have a VSC. So, a mirror image of what occurred in Tier 3. Wow.
In chat for the DRS board on the start-finish line, that thing has been yeeted into a million pieces. We saw the debris in the background.
Bushy Santa has absolutely cursed the shit out of his man Momo. He's coming here all excited for his man, and as soon as he said anything in chat, Momo has spun it up off the line. Poor old Momo is currently dead last now. He's still got his car on track. He's got absolutely no nose on the front of that. He'd be loving a safety car right now, but unfortunately, it is only a VSC, and in fact, we are green flag racing again, so Momo is going to lose out pretty significantly here. He's going to have to pop into the pit lane and get off what is... Oh, he's on hard tyres too. That's going to hurt. A little bit of a how you doing there between Kenneth Ang and Andre McLeod. Andre McLeod having to take out the parking cone there on his way through the stadium section. Jin Bin has gone up into P1. He started on softs, Jin Bin, and they worked out nicely for him on the opening lap. He has taken the lead from Bevis Lau. So a nice start there for Jin Bin on the soft tyre. Needed to get that happening. Now, what sort of gap can he pull on the superior tyre before the DRS opens?
Yeah, I'm not sure how good the softs last for. Probably, I think, 7 or 8 laps before a couple of guys were saying they were really struggling in Tier 3. But yeah, as you said, if you can break DRS, then you give him a chance.
Yeah, we started noticing the guys that did start on the soft started to struggle about that lap 7 mark. There was some spins happening, and so you're right, if he can pull a bit of a gap, but the pace difference, I don't know what it's going to be like around here. Bevis Lau's pulling tenths off him in the middle sector.
Jin Bin has joined. Hang on a second. Well, I'm just going to flick up the front here because I'm not sure whether Jin Bin's actually in control of his car at the moment. He had disconnected from the race but has now rejoined. So I don't know whether AI is in control or whether he's got control of that car back, but I was surprised that he didn't pull out a huge gap in that first lap, and that'd be why the AI in control still does a purple.
How much battery has he used? The AI just... Yeah, no, he's been AI. The AI absolutely chews through the battery for some reason. He just deploys it all the time.
Whoa,
So
bit of a...
he's going to have minus 60-degree tyres now.
That's what I'm saying. He just had a massive snap on a straight. I reckon he is. I reckon he's spot on, Jacob. I reckon he's got those negative 60-degree tyres that we've heard so much about. Now, is that going to invite the two AlphaTauris here to have a little look? Bevis Lau and Kenneth Ang on the medium tyre, and it's not the superior tyre, but it would be superior at the moment. You don't want ice-cold buckets. He is really struggling in that Red Bull. Bevis has just got to be patient here. He doesn't want to cop any sort of penalty, and definitely doesn't want any wing damage, so if he's going to get it done, he wants to be careful about it. Momo is another driver who has rejoined too, so a couple of drivers having connection issues here early on. Momo has pitted and got onto the medium tyre after his nose was taken off of him. Bevis Lau is going to have to go around the outside here. Jin Bin's clearly got control of that car because he's defending nicely. Has to go wide there, though, to hold on to that position. So he is pushing the limits of the track available to him. That'll be a warning. But now we've got the DRS open. Kenneth Ang and Bevis Lau both looking really likely here. They can tell that Jin Bin is wounded. That car is not at optimum temperature. There's cars doing purple laps everywhere back here, but here we go. The DRS wide open. Are we going to see a 3 wide down into turn 1 here? Both AlphaTauris overtaking the Red Bull of Jin Bin down into turn 1. Bevis Lau in the lead. Kenneth Ang slips in behind him. So nice work from both AlphaTauris there to get the moves done and not lose any time or positions. Jin Bin will have to be settled for P3 at the moment. Still trying to warm him up too. Look at him.
He's going to struggle. He's got a lot of drivers lining up behind him. I don't know how many laps it's going to take to get those tyres up to temperature, but he's definitely struggling. If he pitted now to get the softs off, does that just reset his tyre temp?
Yeah, it would, because you'd think
being on the soft tyre, I'd just be in the pits, whack the hards on, and try and recover from there.
I mean, it takes away any strategy flexibility that he was trying to do, you think, then. Maybe he was trying to do something like a soft to hard. But if you pit lap 4, then that goes out the window if you're trying to stretch to lap 10 or something.
Yeah, if he can get those tyres up to temp, he might just try and hang on and stay with the same strategy. If he doesn't lose too many positions, that's Jeremiah Marcos. That's his second penalty already, up to 6 seconds after 5 laps. Andre McLeod gets a move done for P3. Ethan Small's going to be the next one to line up.
Jin Bin will be just starting to get those temperatures back there, though, so look out for him to start making some moves now. He was wiggling his way all the way down the straight, which is what gave this man the ticket to go through. Meanwhile, up the front here, the two Alpha Tauris have overtaken each other a couple of times in the last lap. Coming out of the last corner, Kenneth got a good run, used the DRS to get it on Bevis. Bevis took it back during the first sector, and because they were battling, it invited Andre McLeod to join in, and now he goes up into P2, so nice driving from Andre McLeod just to be patient there. But as I said, don't count out Jinbin, who's probably got his temps back by now, and on the soft tyres, he'll be looking threatening. Although Ethan Small's going to have a go down the inside. Oh my God! What?
Jinbin's overtaken them both off the track around the outside. I think that is a big no-no.
Have a look at the gaggle of cars we've got going here.
I think there was going to be a crash if he didn't go to the outside, to be honest. There was no way that...
He's fitted now anyway. He's had enough of those soft tyres.
Look at all of these cars in a DRS train here, and not just there's some of the side-by-side. It is all happening in the midfield here.
Bevislau did extremely well back then to see Ethan Small running deep and not to turn in on him. Cost him a bunch of positions, but he's still in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really good heads-up driving. You're spot on, Jacob. He had to know he was coming. Did nicely to pull out of it. And I think you're right too, Bender. I think Jinbin just did nicely, really, to avoid the collision. But the fact that he got two overtakes and wasn't penalised by Codemasters for them is slightly surprising.
Well, I mean, that's just classic. You know, you go around the outside there and there's nothing, but you barely touch a white line somewhere else and it'll give you a 3-second penalty.
Well, we saw Jinbin running very wide on a lot of corners with those negative 60-degree tyres. So I'm surprised that he hasn't picked up a track limits warning yet.
Yeah, I don't think the game would factor higher temperatures into warnings. I don't think it's that advanced. There's a few other people out on that sort of painted area on the exit on the left-hand side of that corner there coming into the stadium. So maybe that's a corner where people know that you can just run a little bit wider and the game's a bit more lenient. But I have to say, so far, look at this. Robert Wenzel, Andre McLeod, P2, P4, Corbin Hanna, P5 on the hard tyres. Up a huge amount of positions.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start for those guys. Kenneth Ang just enjoying himself out the front now as Bevis Lau's kind of caught up in this pack a bit now. Bevis Lau's rejoined as well. Oh, no. Oh, no. You see Bevis is about to be overtaken here by Ben Curtis. Or not necessarily. Mo just got the position back. But I hope Bevis Lau's not on ice-cold tyres now too, because he has just rejoined this lobby. So that's 3 drivers now who have disconnected and reconnected. 2 of them are at the back of the field. So that's just what happens when you get on these ice-cold tyres. Just keep an eye on Bevis Lau. Yeah, he's in trouble. You can see he's struggling.
Those tyres are definitely ice-cold. He's done extremely well to hang on to the car through there. Ben Curtis dumped all his battery, though. It's only on lap 7.
Don't want to harp on about it, but how does a bug like that even happen?
Ugh. I don't know.
Like, what are you changing in the game files to allow something like that to happen?
My problem is, it's been around for, I don't know how long now, a very long time. They'd be well aware of the bug, yet there's absolutely no attempt to fix it either.
Yeah. Or if there is, there will be fix on an esports build that's not publicly released.
Yeah, and then they'll probably break 3 other things at the same time. Got a nice little battle for P2 forming though. Kenneth Eng's checked out, 3.7 seconds clear of these 2.
Yeah, he's just been granted the time and space kind of thing after the earlier issues for Bevis Lau and the dive that we saw Jinbin have to go around the outside. All that kerfuffle there has just said to Kenneth, well, now you've got free space and time to do whatever you like. And he has used it well. Now 4 seconds up the road from this little battle here between Andre McLeod and Ethan Small. So all well and good that he's been given the time and space, but you've got to be able to use it. And he's done nicely, Kenneth Ang, here at the start, 8 laps down. But yeah, some horrible misfortune for a couple of drivers already so far. Momo, top of that list. Straight off the line, having some issues.
Getting yellow flag in the S's. Bitten someone for the first time tonight.
Jeremiah Marco it was. Still all the end plates in place, so no damage on these 5-lap-old hards. Not ideal if you have to pit at this point. Hopefully Jeremiah gets to carry on here and stick it out. Jinbin goes quickest with an 18.9, currently sitting in P10, having completed his mandatory stop. But the hard tyres, I don't think, are going to make a full 39-lap dash to the end, so he'll probably have to pit again, Jinbin.
How do his hard tyres do 39 laps when the race is only 36?
My math wasn't great there, was it? Quick, that's 1, 2, 3 quick maths. What was I trying to say? What do you reckon? 29 laps? I'm not sure.
Probably 29, I'd say. I was like, you're running extra laps than what these guys are doing.
Yeah. Let's get to that
next week, not this week.
This is like it's like medium tyres, right? It's a crossover point for me between not having dinner and needing dinner. And I get a little bit nuts and I start making calculation errors and doing all sorts of weird shit up here. So, extra content on the way. But back to your point about the bugs and stuff, that's, again, is it additional content? It's super... Oh, what a catch there from Ethan Small. Nice.
We've got a bit of a pile-up in the stadium section here. I think Nick Randell's pointing into the fence.
Oh, I mean, we just cut away from an overtake. Robert Wenzel looked like he was going to go down the outside.
Oh, it's all happening everywhere. Sorry, I don't know where to point the camera. I did look at the track map there, Jacob. I thought you were right. I thought we had a big car park back in the stadium section, but it looked like they cleaned themselves out and got away with it. And we did miss the move from Suma, but it was just DRS assisted down the straight there, so nothing too special. Nice little move up into P3 for Suma. Jeremiah Marco grabs a third set of penalties for Jeremiah, so 3 penalties on the board, all 3 to Jeremiah Marco so far.
Just on that move by Robert Wenzel, Andre McLeod and Wenzel both on the hards, Ethan Small on the mediums. I wonder if we've just reached that tipping point where the hards start to become a bit faster than the mediums in race trim. Obviously, the RS playing a role here, but you know, the mediums, you think, starting to get a bit old now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Ethan Small sort of dropped off the back of these two through that last sector. So maybe the mediums just starting to drop off a little bit. And, of course, the hard's still very handy. Ethan not able to close the gap there using the DRS. So Andre McLeod still in P2. Robert Wenzel has consolidated P3 now from Ethan Small and is now threatening the back of Andre McLeod. Both of these drivers on the same strategy. But if you're right, Bender, it will be interesting to see whether these two can close the gap to Kenneth Ang, who's also on the medium tyres, but is 7 seconds up the road and driving beautifully. Kenneth Ang.
I think Diebol said in chat during Tier 3 that lap 10 was when you really start to feel the wear of the mediums, so that would all be true if these guys are just starting to struggle a little bit on their 10-lap-old mediums. I think he said you were trying to stretch the mediums to about lap 15 before you pitted.
There we go. Definitely keep an eye on the gap at the front and also how Ethan can keep up with the 2 guys on the hards ahead of him. I think he'll do all right, though, provided he can stay within DRS range. Even if he has to drain a bit of battery to do it, I reckon it's worth it. He's gained so much around here with DRS.
Suma flat out of battery here, so he's probably just going to run out, but it's just enough to challenge Andre McLeod up the inside using the DRS. Andre's going to hang it around the outside. He's not going to give this up, but he is forced into a wider line that Suma takes advantage of, so nice move there from Suma. Robert Wenzel, currently P2 in the championship. He's been in the naughty book a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. He's just got to keep his nose clean as Ethan Small gets very close to the back of Andre McLeod there.
Thought he was going to send it there, but it just tucked back inside nicely. Wasn't really an opportunity there for Ethan.
Bang.
Oh, he's picked up the time penalty as well.
Oh, no.
Andre.
Nice catch from Andre McLeod and good awareness from Ethan Small. Oh, it wasn't an illegal overtake. Surely not.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but the legal overtake happened to dodge that.
Come on. What are we watching?
I know.
That was great. That was beautiful driving from Ethan Small. He had to be aware of what was happening in front of him, and he had to do really good work to avoid him. It was all it was. It was avoiding action, and he's been absolutely slapped by it. So not only has he lost DRS now because of it, he's being threatened now by Corbin Hanna, who's jumped into his DRS zone. So that's a...
And, so I was going to say, I reckon he would have got a track limit warning as well, because he went off track to avoid Andre. So I reckon he not only got a 3 second, but got slapped with another warning and the illegal overtake.
Ethan. Goodness me. Terrible luck there for Ethan Small, who was just looking like he'd got some pace back on these 12-lap old mediums. He was coming up here into this section here where Bender noticed that he made a little move and then almost got it done when he capitalised on Andre McLeod's error. But it's not like he was sending it through yellows either. He was just avoiding the Andre McLeod car, who, it must be said, it was a nice catch from Torterra too to keep it going straight and hang on to P3.
Hey, those marshals, they're quick sticking out the yellow flags.
Absolutely shocking. Anyway, he keeps going. He is back within DRS range now too, so clearly the mediums still have a little bit of pace left in them.
The big winner out of all this, Robert Wenzel. Look at that, 2.6 clear of these guys behind now.
Yep.
And he was right with them, so he'll be very, very happy with the last couple laps.
Here we go. Penalties starting to filter their way through now. This is around about the same time that Tier 3 started to rack them up, and by the end, only 3 drivers without penalties as we closed the book on Tier 3's race. So we'll just see them start to come through now. Jeremiah's having a rough old time of it out there, unable to figure out where the limits are. That is 12 seconds of penalties now for Jeremiah Marco, who's already at the back of the field. So not a good night so far for Jeremiah Marco. He's going to need a miracle to get anywhere near the top 10 with that big stack of penalties.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe just doesn't have the right setup on the car, or maybe just hasn't had the time to practice this week that he would have normally liked. And when it bites you hard, it hurts. It's Franco sitting here in P7, following the championship leader.
Yep, both.
Sitting in his DRS, probably due for some pit stops soon to get off these medium tyres.
Yeah, both high quality, experienced drivers, these two. So you're right, Franco's just tucking in behind here and enjoying the free speed given by the DRS, thanks to Ben Curtis.
There you go. See a couple of the medium runners in now. Ethan, Bodie Mick coming in. 14 laps. Their tyres are done. I reckon we'll see a few others coming in. Interesting though, that gap at the front, Kenneth Hang, he's just driving off into the sunset. 8.8 seconds the lead now.
What do you do now if you Kenneth? Do you just sit on the 9-second lead? You're still extending it over Robert Wenzel. Do you just sit on those medium tyres until they've literally had enough?
Yeah, I mean, you leave yourself a little bit of margin so you don't make a mistake and blow it somewhere. But, you know, you stay out. There might be a safety car. I mean, there's people pitting, fresh tyres versus old tyres, things like that. But easily, if you can go another 2, 3, 4 laps and you're Kenneth, 100% you keep it going.
Yeah,
Williams not doing too bad for his second race of the evening, sitting here in P12.
Yeah, he's doing very nicely, Joe. He had a good race in Tier 3. Both Red Bulls really had a good race in Tier 3, and they teamed up to get some moves done, and then they made some moves on each other. So they've clearly got their race pants on tonight. They're both Red Bull drivers. Of course, sitting in a Williams now is Joe Williams. That's actually really making me happy. Williams in a Williams. Sector 2 yellow.
Again, that's 3 spins in 3 laps.
Yeah, having all sorts of trouble as Jeremiah. And those tyres will be really struggling now too, so don't want to pile pain on Jeremiah, but oh, there's just all sorts of trouble here for Jeremiah.
The great man Neil Alexander's jumped in chat. What's going on? JC said you were racing tonight.
There he is. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, I noticed that you'd marked in on attendance, but then obviously weren't able to make it tonight, predisposed for some reason.
You know what? So that's an attendance warning, so that's a qualifying ban in his next race that he attends.
Oh, savage. Hello. Bender not taking any prisoners here. Just skip all of the prerequisites, bang, straight to a qualifying ban.
Oh, look, mate, we've got the rules in place for a reason.
And the penalties should be harsher on those up in higher places.
Absolutely.
Should be trying to lead by example, Mel. Not good enough.
He's probably doing something great for the Silverstone 6 hours, so we can all
We're just in here slapping him.
entering him.
Oh, look, he knows I'm just kidding, you know. Few friendly barbs here and there.
Corbin Hanna's getting onto the back of Andre McLeod now. 16-lap old hard tyres for each of them.
Yeah, has been closing this gap for a couple of laps now, Corbin. Has been within DRS for probably the last 5 laps, but this is the first time he's been right underneath Andre McLeod's rear wing, so clearly thinks now's the time to begin making moves, both, as you said, on the hard tyre. So this is for position. They are on the same strategy.
Yeah, interesting that Robert Wenzel's pulled away nicely from that. It was, I think, 2.6 seconds a couple of laps ago when we mentioned it. It's now 4.4 seconds between P2 P3. So he's definitely driving well at the moment. Looking like he's got a firm grip on P2 as we see Anethang, race leader, into the pits with some hard tyres.
Yep, just wanted to make sure he didn't chuck the softs on there or get jeffed or anything like that. Our race leaders look really strong tonight. The last thing he needed was to be boned by his pit crew, but it looks like they've done the right thing there and put him on the hards, so he'll just filter out here. And looks like he's got no traffic around him too, so if he can catch up to the back of Ben Curtis and enjoy a bit of free DRS, he's in a really, really strong position, Kenneth Ang, for tonight's win. Looks like Andre McLeod's gone past Corbin Hanna has gone past Andre McLeod. We were just talking about Corbin Hanna closing this gap over the last couple of laps and has got one done using the DRS zone on his way down into turn 1. So Corbin Hanna doing very nicely up in a P2 now, what is likely to be provisional P4 after all the pit stops filter out. Potentially even P3. I actually think it was only Kenneth Ang in front of these two, wasn't it?
Yep. Jim Benton will probably be ahead of these guys when they pit, but he's on an alternate strategy to everyone now for that early stop. I just wonder if Andre perhaps has pushed his tyres a bit too hard too early, or a bit more of an aggressive setup that works him a bit harder. I mean, he's struggling a bit. I mean, they're 17-lap olds. They're not going to be great, but you know, Corbin Hanna's pulled away, and you know, Robert Wenzel's pulled away, as we see Aaron Hedder going back onto the track there.
Andre McLeod has jumped into the pits, so you're probably right. I think those hard tyres had enough for him.
And that's a tough ask for mediums here then, if he's not liking the hards that well, is it?
Yeah, 18 or so laps. They'll be screaming at you by the end of that.
It's a 49-lap race, so he's got another pit stop in him, surely. Sorry. Jin Bin, I think, is the interesting case here. Obviously, with the pace, we know that. But that alternate strategy that he was forced into after the disconnect/reconnect/cold tyre scenario. So these hard tyres, I don't want to say they won't make it to the end because they are the hard tyre. They're designed to be, as he picks up 3 seconds as soon as I slick on a driver cam. I think they will struggle to make it and they will be lacking in pace by the end. So it's an interesting case to watch. I'm not sure the pace is going to be enough to make up an extra pit stop, which I think he'll probably have to slip onto the softs with maybe 5 laps to go. And, geez, he's going to be scary pace if he's got the 5-lap old softs on at the end. So that'll be one to watch as well. Kenethang has slipped into DRS. He hasn't got DRS on this lap, interestingly. It was very close. He is within that second of Ben Curtis, but didn't get it in this particular zone, but he'll probably get it in the next one, Kenethang. So that's not going to hurt his chances whatsoever.
Well, he's going to have to wait until the end of Sector 2 because there's only the one detection point for zone down the pit straight and then on the run down from turn 3 to turn 4. Yeah, it's
right. I didn't
one
know
of those
that.
ones, a bit like Canada and Australia, where you get the one at the last corner as a detection zone, then you get it on the pit straight, and then or the back straight in Canada, and then down the front straight or turns 2 to 3 in Australia. There's only one zone, so.
Well, that makes it even more broken here, though, because if you've got DRS on a driver in front of you on that massive long home straight, you get the move done there. And then you get a second burst of DRS, even though you're already in front, just to consolidate the move that you've already made. Seems a little weird.
It's one of those ones that doesn't translate that well from real life to the game. Obviously in the game, it works quite effectively for us to get past in the first zone, but in real life, often the moves are between turns 3 and 4. You still get overtaking at turn 1, but yeah.
So there you go. Kenethang back up into the lead as Corbin Hanna and Ben Curtis pit together. Jinbin is P2, having already completed a pit stop, but as we discussed, may need to pit again because those hards will be really painful at the end of this race. Michael Gray and Bevis Lau doing battle here. Oh, Michael. Nice catch. Yep. We've seen plenty of those tonight. So, whilst the track is slippery and there are some spins occurring, there's plenty of drivers who have also been able to catch spins. So, some good quality driving from Tier 3 and Tier 2 already tonight.
Can we just click on the penalties? I noticed Jeremiah Marco picked up another penalty, already up to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
We have only just ticked over halfway through this race. Ethan Small's got 6 seconds himself.
Bodie's in chat somehow. His throttle isn't working. What's going on, Bodie? Let's have a look. Throttle looks okay. He's got it full throttle here. I don't know how the hell you're in chat and on track at the same time. I don't know how you do that. How do you do that? Can someone explain to me how Bodie has managed to post a full sentence in chat while driving through the middle, the fucking last sector at Mexico? How is that a thing?
Well, look.
I'm alone, he's saying Bodie and technical issues. Name a better duo.
Oh, no.
Asia Pacific Tier 1 and restarts. Now, look, a lot of people in the younger generations these days are well versed in driving one-handed and operating a mobile telecommunications device in the other.
Oh,
Yeah, look, if I take my eyes off the screen, I'm in the fence.
it's his AI. He's just rejoined. So,
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, his
That's-
AI's not dumping any battery, though. Well, now he's probably taking control of the car now.
how are your tyres
So-
looking would be my question. Oh,
Yep,
wiggle.
Not good, bother look at that.
Oh, wiggle. Hopefully your throttle, isn't working and it only gets to 80% because that'll help you keep the car on the road. Well, that's wide. That's deep. All right. Good luck to you, Bodie. I hope you can recover your race because obviously no one likes any hardware issues. Got a couple of that already tonight. So we've had a bit of everything tonight for your Legend Series. Jesse McLean had some hardware issues in Tier 3.
Sector 3, looks like there's a Red Bull around.
Might be Jinbin.
Oh, it is Jinbin. Yep, Jinbin's had a bit of a moment in the stadium section there. Lost a lot of time to Kenneth.
Crucially, Bevis Lau didn't manage to sneak into DRS while Jinbin was having that issue. So Bevis would have enjoyed... Oh, safety car, I think. Oh, we did just have a Sector 1, 2, 3 yellow for a split second, and then it disappeared. Now it's only one. Is that Corbin Hanna? Or is it the Mercedes Bodie Mick? It's the Mercedes Bodie Mick who's struggling. I think he might be pulling over to retire here by the look of it. I don't know. He's got no throttle. You can see him flinging the wheel around there trying to get any sort of info through his hardware, but the throttle is not applying. He's in trouble there. I think Bodie's going to have to retire tonight.
the
Pretty
throttle.
sure.
If he can get it back to pits, we can probably avoid a safety car. Whether he was... Looks like he's got the throttle going again, but...
This
You
might
can-
be his AI.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can see the inputs jumping around all over the place. So, Bodie in chat saying his throttle is gone.
Unlucky Bodie.
So that's very unfortunate. 2 drivers tonight with hardware issues, one with their throttle, the other one with their brake. Together they could maybe get a race going.
Do we get a wheel failure in Tier 1? Then we got the trifecta.
Oh, no. You had to say it. Oh, no.
Someone's going to get it now.
You're going to have some very angry knocks on the door from someone in Tier 1 if that comes to fruition. Oh, no. Into the pit lane for Aaron Heather, who's already completed a stop. So those 16 lap old medians obviously not doing the trick for him. He's going to jump on to, hopefully not the softs. No, he's gone on the hards. Good call there as Ben Curtis gets one done around the outside of Ethan Small here. Nice move.
Ben Curtis is just trying to get his 5 seconds for Bodie Mick. If that's him or his AI speeding in pit lane.
What's his AI speeding into pit lane, wasn't it? I'm sure it was. Anyway, he's retired now. Hopefully the game keeps him in the pit lane and doesn't... No, he's moving.
He's going out, so we may get a safety car here.
Surely not.
Because they're going to get to the end of the main straight and park up, I'd say. So be prepared for a safety car. I was just saying...
Ooh.
Kenneth Ang.
Ooh. Ooh. Still got 8 seconds up the road from Jin Bin and Bevislau and Robert Wenzel, so he's got a fair bit of room for that 3 seconds to fit into. Oh, surely it's not a safety car.
Well, I think it is.
I think it is.
Yellow.
No, they keep coming up and Bodie Mick, he's disappeared off track, so we're safe.
Good result. Good result. That could have gone worse.
Ben Curtis needs to make up some positions though, because Robert Wenzel and Corbin Hanna are a fair few places up the road from him, so they're going to gain a good chunk of points over the championship lead up. Jeremiah Marco goes up to 18 seconds of penalties.
I'm not sure this Tier 2 championship can get any closer, but Corbin Hanna's going to make a fist of it as he moves his way up to P5, goes past the bear among men. Michael Gray back down to P6. Corbin Hanna on a mission here tonight, driving very nicely. But as I said, Robert Wenzel also playing the game and making this championship, as I said, closer than it probably needs to be. It's been really good all throughout the first 12 rounds, and we've still got 5 or 6 to go. It doesn't need to be any closer, but it's going to be after the end of this if it keeps up at this rate.
So looking at the gaps here and those who haven't pit, it looks like Wenzel will be P2, Hannah P3 once those who need to pit again make their final pit stops, provided there's no safety car in the intervening period. Of course, what a safety car would do is it would really screw over anyone that's got time penalties, because all of a sudden,
Yeah.
if you've got 8.5, 9 seconds back, all of a sudden there's 0 seconds and you've still got a 3-second time penalty.
So yeah, safety car, the last thing that Kenneth Ang wants, for example. Because as you said, Bender, if those 8 seconds are removed from his interval, there goes his race win. Tell you what, the penalty's really coming through thick and fast now as Nick Randall grabs himself 3 seconds. First 3 seconds for him, but Jeremiah's got another 6 seconds in the last 2 laps, up to 21 seconds now. Jeremiah Marco and Michael Gray grabs himself 3 seconds as well. So they are really starting to pile up now. It is a tricky track to keep the pace up while staying within the lines, and they are very strict, the track limits here. So I think they will again play a massive part in the final standings here. We saw last race Amoena come across the line first, but lose the race victory to the penaltyless Donny Sadewa.
Very much an Oprah moment. You get a penalty. You get a penalty. You get a penalty.
Do we see Jeremiah Marco getting disqualified here at any point?
No.
He's had another spin though in sector 2. He's round again.
If Jeremiah
having a
Marco,
night to forget.
if Jeremiah Marco comes home and finishes this race, driver of the day. Because there's a lot of drivers who would have packed it in by now and just said, I've had enough. A lap and a half down with 21 seconds worth of penalties and 4 or 5 spins in the books. Hello, who's that down the inside there?
Hey, William.
That's
Very nicely on Michael Gray there. Andre McLeod looking interested, but I don't think he's going to
Oh my God.
go for around the outside.
Oh, what a move!
Wow.
What? I mean, that was a 2-man overtake. Michael Gray's done nicely there to open up the door a little bit and allow that to be a thing, but what an ambitious move from Andre McLeod.
There was no door opening. There was just bang coming through. Thank you very much.
We saw that go wrong in Tier 3.
Yeah, we did.
For, Mike Denaulty ended up in the fence when they tried to attempt that. So, well done to those two for getting through there cleanly. But Michael Gray's now under the pump from Franco. Doesn't have much battery left, but is going to get that DRS. Michael Gray's got it as well, so he's not going to make any inroads to him down here. He is flat out of battery.
Up ahead, though, Andre McLeod and Joe Williams continuing to do battle. Michael Gray front row seats for this one. Tell you what, I was disappointed Franco missed last week because we were at Spa. Franco is a champ, and I didn't get to use that one at all because he wasn't there. Nothing to that. I thought it was good. Maybe it was a good thing that I didn't get it out.
Liked it. Was that, I don't know. Was that in the ACC series, was it?
Yeah. Well, weren't we there a couple of weeks ago? Oh no, wait. Where Spa was round 5. What was I thinking about? Yeah, we were at Spa for the sprint series, but what's that got to do with Franco? He's not in the sprint series. That's why I didn't get to use it. Sorry. I should have just left that in the box. Saved it for next time.
Yeah, well, so now you've used it, we'll remember it and we'll give you
absolute
a
crickets.
stick about it, yeah. Can't
dear.
be using old material, mate. What is new material though is Robert Wenzel up the inside of Bevis Lau, up into P3. Nick Randell has DNF'd in Sector 2.
He has.
And we have a safety car deployed.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. We were just talking about how much this race would be spiced up by a safety car and how badly this is going to bone Kenneth Ang. So, look, I don't know if it's going to be too shabby because Kenneth clearly has the pace. Now gets a chance to drop into the pit lane, put on some softs. This is a perfect window for the softs too, by the way. So everyone, I would suggest, is going to come into the pit lane here for soft tyres. Everyone on track, I would think, is going to come in for some softs here. So all Kenneth really needs to do is build up a 3-second gap. It is only 3 seconds he's got, right? Yeah, it is only 3.
Yeah, it's 3 seconds. Yeah, everyone will be in. The interesting one, though, will be Robert Wenzel, because he could get track position, and his mediums aren't that old, but yeah, I think he's got enough of a gap that he can pit, come out ahead of Corbin Hanna on fresh softs. But now you're racing the guys directly around you.
Oh, I think he's listened to
staying
you.
out. He's staying out. Oh, this is
it's
going to be interesting.
It's a
That is
big
a
call.
big call. Big call.
You're right, though, because those mediums, they're only 10 laps old. They've only got to do another 6, 2 of which are going to be under safety car, so he will get the chance to extend the life of these mediums, and they won't be too bad after 16 laps of normal running, let alone having a bit of a safety car period as well. So it is big balls play from Robert Wenzel. I still think Kenneth Ang on softs with DRS, I think it's a formality. But
hang on. DRS is disabled for 2 laps after the safety car. So if that takes us to, let's say, lap 33 is the first racing lap again, that means you're only going to have to defend for 1 lap against the DRS possibly, and you know Kenneth's got a 3-second time penalty. Oh, this is going to be close.
It's going to be close.
This is going to be close.
He's going to have to be lightning quick on that soft tyre. I think it's Kenneth's race to lose. I reckon Kenneth can get past and make a 3-second gap.
I reckon what helps Wenzel here is the fact that 3, 4, 5 are all, and P6 are all on other tyres. I mean, Jinbin's on fresh mediums, but they're all on other tyres that aren't fresh softs.
Jeremiah Marco's also DNF'd in the S's here under safety car, which...
That might just extend it a little bit more.
Where's the field at the moment coming up to him? The Haas driver of Ethan Small. There he is there on the inside. You saw him there parked up. Don't know if Aaron Heather's going to make it around by the time he disappears off the track map, but you'll see at the end of the S's here, Jeremiah Marco is parked up on the left-hand side there. You see the stricken Alfa Romeo on the inside there. That's under safety car that's occurred. There it is there. That's an interesting spot under safety car to have lost it. So unlucky to Jeremiah Marco, who, it must be said, has had a shocker of a night. Unlucky Nick Randell. Nick's popped into chat as well. Finally done with this year's game. Where are you off to, Nick? Have you just had enough? You pulling the pin? Or are you otherwise predisposed? You're heading off to an overseas trip? Or what's happening, Nick Randell? Unlucky tonight with your DNF. We didn't see it.
Overseas trip right about now. Sounds nice.
Yeah, shit, I'd take it.
Yeah, bloody hell. Let's all go.
It's been a good season for you, Nick Randell. 9 top 10s, 2 podiums, 2 poles, a win. Certainly hasn't been a terrible season by anyone's standards. So I'd be surprised if you're pulling the pin voluntarily.
Say Momo just jumping into pit lane now for soft tyres is probably going to extend that safety car another lap.
Well, I think the crash on the first lap after it'd been out probably extended it as well.
Tell you what we are seeing is a lot of drivers who have actually not pitted. Franco's on 15-lap-old hards. He's taken the track position option. He's up in a P6, and he's going to have to defend from Bevis Lau, Joe Williams, Michael Gray, Ben Curtis. All these soft runners are going to be queuing up to have a stab at Franco. There's a couple others out there as well. Andre McLeod and Corbin Hanna have decided track position is key and agreed with Robert Wenzel. They've stayed out on those mediums as well. Jinbin's another interesting one as well, who's on 1 lap old mediums. So whilst they're not the soft tyre, they are bloody near new. So he's going to be really dangerous as well. What an interesting end to this race we've got coming at you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Lots and lots of different strategies here. I think Jinbin, he might have used all his fresh softs already in qualifying and then obviously starting on the softs. Don't think he would have had a new set available to him, so that's why he's gone the mediums.
All up the racing after this one, though. I think those soft tyres, you can go balls to the wall. They're going to hang on for 4 laps.
Oh, I cannot predict how this is going to end. I'm looking through. There's too many different tyres. There's penalties everywhere. There's track position. There's
That's what you want.
Absolutely. I have absolutely no idea how this is going to end in the next 4 laps. And you're spot on, Bender. That's exactly what I want.
Yep, so it looks like there'll be 2 laps of DRS. Is that the lights out on the... No, it's still going just in the lighting conditions there. I reckon we'll get the safety car in this lap. Notification as we cross the Sector 3 timing line coming up here.
Yeah, Momo has caught the back of the field. So the pack has grouped.
There it is.
Robert Wenzel will get the opportunity to lead the field away for the final time. The first safety car we've had tonight, but there won't be another one.
Oh, we hope.
You can't get one this late. You can't get one.
Surely you can still get a virtual.
Oh, okay. Hadn't thought about that. Jacob knows more about it than I do. Anyway, Robert Wenzel now with the chance. Kenneth Ang's got to be right there with him on these soft tyres. He'll get the traction down, but Robert will hang on. Oh, this is an interesting little game of chicken here that Robert Wenzel's the leader of. Kenneth there was right there with... Oh, what's happened in the backfield? Hang on. There's overtakes happening everywhere back here. Franco's spun him up. The 16-lap old hard's not playing the game out of the final corner, and he's been left. And gets 10 seconds for exceeding track limits off Franco. Oh, no. Anyway, up here at a turn one, it's all happening. There's 2 or 3 wides, a couple of them going side by side. Andre McLeod here on the inside there, not getting the traction down and unfortunately losing one to Corbin Anna. And now it looks like Bevis Lau is going to have a go up the inside as well. So, no, he's hung on to it nicely, Andre McLeod, on these 14-lap old mediums. Look up a front, though. Jin Bin, Kenneth Ang going at it. Kenneth Ang wants none of this because he wants to close in on Robert Wenzel. But Jin Bin has said, no, thank you. P2 is mine. Nice. Up at P2 he goes. Robert Wenzel will be loving that. He's now a second and a half up the road. Bevis Lau's had a really good restart. He's popped in front of Andre McLeod. But it is still side by side back here in the midfield as Corbin Anna up the inside here and gets all sorts of sausage on the inside, which would have destabilised the car a little bit. It's all happening.
Kenneth is really struggling on these tyres since the restart.
Kenneth Ang has just rejoined. I guarantee you he is on ice-cold tyres.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's just got no pace whatsoever. So, unfortunately, he's going to go tumbling down the field. Robert Wenzel's holding up front.
Is he, though? Jin Bin?
Around the outside.
Around the outside, he's going to get it done. Bang. Back here, it's all happening as well. There's cars everywhere. Oh, there's collisions and stuff. It's all happened back here. Oh, no. I can't get you a better angle, but that's just not the way we wanted to see this end. Oh, there's cars parked everywhere down here. We've seen safety cars for less.
We
One of the
have.
guys in the fight for the championship, Corbin Headers, come together with Kenneth Ang and Joe Williams, all look like they were involved in that.
I reckon there was 5-6 cars involved there. Andre McLeod's dropped down to P7. Aaron Heather's up into P4. There's people who have swapped positions everywhere. It's all happening in the last couple of laps. Even more action than we were expecting.
We see how many penalties Jin Bin has, please. 3 seconds. Okay, so Wenzel, mission is clear. Stay within 3 seconds, 2 laps to go. You got this.
Oh, don't know, man. I don't envy his position. He's on 14-lap old mediums to 4
rough.
laps from Jin Bin. Jin Bin's out here doing purple laps. Oh, it's going to be a mammoth effort if Wenzel can keep it within that 3-second window. He's going to have to drive the socks off this Aston Martin.
Yeah, I think he's going to be all right behind, though. That carnage, Kenneth Ang disconnecting and rejoining, just gave him a bit of time. He's got 3 seconds back to Bevis now, who is on the softs, but 3 seconds in 2 laps is a lot to ask.
Poor old Kenneth Ang looked like he had this win in the bag. He looked so fast all night long. And now he is at the very back of the currently running drivers. It has been a shocking last 5 minutes for Kenneth Ang. That safety car was the last thing he wanted. He was in control of this race. He was 10 seconds up the road. He was absolutely loving life. And then that safety car came through and absolutely turned this race on its head.
Yeah, I mean, it happens sometimes. You just have to pick yourself up, go again. Nothing he could do. I mean, we don't know with the disconnect. I suppose maybe the race would have been over. I don't know.
Jin Bin's 3/10 away from getting that 3-second gap. We're on to the last lap.
Yep, and he's still posting purples. So purple after purple for Jin Bin. He's only got to find 3/10 on this lap. I reckon he's just about got this one sewn up because he looks really strong in the middle sector, let alone the rest of the track. Very quick here again tonight, Jin Bin. Michael Gray very deep down the inside here, and Andre McLeod says, none of that. I'll just take that one back. Try again next time. Oh, the pair among men goes around. Or is that Momo? No, it was Momo. Apologies, the other Ferrari.
Like gives Ben Curtis a little bit of breathing space there.
Ben Curtis, of course, with no penalties as well, so just needs to stay here behind Ethan Small. He'll pick up a little position there for free. Thank you very much. Crucially up the front, Jin Bin looks to have pulled this 3-second gap. It's going to be a mammoth effort from Robert Wenzel in this final sector. We'll stay on board with him. We'll see if he can manage to claw it back, but even through that corner there, he lost 2/10. I don't think he's going to do it. I think Jin Bin, ladies and gentlemen, is going to claim victory here. He has crossed the line. Robert Wenzel is 3.5 seconds behind. He just misses out. Under half a second, the eventual gap. So Jinbin Chong is this man's name. He has joined very recently into this series and he has very quickly demonstrated his pace. Robert Wenzel, currently P2 in the championship, won't be too displeased. I'm sure he would have liked to have won the race, but Jacob rightly pointing out before that Corbin Hanna is nowhere near it. Ben Curtis, P4, not too shabby for our championship leader at the moment, but will have his lead cut into by Robert Wenzel. The advantage at the moment, only 44 points, so he'll close the gap.
Yeah, I mean, you think that's very manageable with 3 or 4 rounds to go. You just keep taking, some chunks of points out there. You don't necessarily have to win. Obviously, it definitely helps, but it's not like, it's in a situation where you're 60, 70, 80 points behind and you need to win every race and get fastest lap or something as well. Definitely manageable.
Ben Curtis is the Codemasters driver of the day. But Jinbin Chong is the winner here in Mexico. Round 13 for Tier 2, done and dusted in the books. Nice work to Jinbin, grabbing the victory here. Ferrari on the top steps in Tier 3. Red Bull enjoying themselves down here in Tier 2. 3 different constructors on the top steps once again.
So the Codemasters production budget obviously didn't extend to the Mexico podium. That looks very different to what it looks like in actual real life that we'll see tomorrow morning.
Michael Gray's popped in the chat, said the birthday man wished for a good race, and his wish was granted. Are you the birthday man, Michael Gray? Happy birthday if that is the case, mate. Nice work. You'd be pretty bloody happy with P8, I would suggest, coming up from P14. Good little result. Ben Curtis probably gets driver of the day, but only just sneaks there in front of you. Joe Williams from P16 filling in as a reserve here in P2 is worth a shout. But yeah, nice work to you, Bear Among Men. You can see the penalties. How many penalties? Kenneth Ang, 17.5. Grabs purple lap, a very small consolation prize considering his unlucky night. Speaking of unlucky, Bodie Mick, doesn't get much unluckier than having all your pedals and stuff not working in the middle of a race. That's not ideal.
Could be big there. Ben Curtis, you said P4. He gained 2 positions from penalties there from Aaron Heather and Ethan Small.
Yep, that's what it's all about. Keep it clean and you get points. We saw it in Tier 3. Amuana. We saw it here again in Tier 2. So, there you go. Tier 2, done and dusted in the books. You want to hang out with us for 5-10 more minutes, Bender, while we try and find an interview? What do you reckon? Who do we interview? What about you, Michael Gray? Get in here, birthday boy. What do you reckon? Bear Among Men, I want you to tell me right now in the chat whether you'd be willing to pop up here in the commentary booth with us and answer a few questions on your birthday. What do you reckon? Your birthday was on Thursday. That's bloody close enough. If indeed you would like to, let us know. We'll get you in here. Otherwise, Jacob Weatherburn, I'll leave it up to you to tee up another one. Who do you reckon? Oh, there's some interesting names here in Tier 2. I'd love to get Ben Curtis up here, but he didn't finish on the podium. That's what we said. We said if he got on the podium, we'd do it. He finished P4. There's some really interesting... So I'd love to interview Sumer in here one day too, by the way. What do you reckon, Bender? You got any names that stick out to you here that we get up here and get an interview going? We've got 10 minutes, of course, until we pop into Tier 1. What do you reckon? Who would be interesting to pose questions to?
I don't know. I mean, it's always tricky getting interviews lined up unless you've got a set of questions predetermined beforehand.
Oh, we'll find the questions. I'm just more interested in the direction. Who are we going to poke these questions at? Bear Among Men. Hell yeah. All right. Let's get Michael Gray up here. Let me wick some tunes on for you, beautiful ladies and peoples. Righto, Michael. I'm going to pop over here, and then I've got to find him first. That would be... Oh. Are you not searchable in the Discord? That's not what we want. Hang on. Bear with me.
just trying to pull him into this channel.
Yeah. But I can't search him. I can't actually find him. But I can't search anyone, so that's not his fault. That's clearly something on my end that I'm doing somewhere wrong here. You want to have a crack at it? Because I can't find him. There he is.
I think, oh, look, mate, look good. It's pretty easy when you know what you're doing around this sort of.
Well, hang on now. We can't all be as adept and qualified as you are, David Bender McNulty. But anyway, let's all sing happy birthday to Michael Gray. Hello to you, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Good to hear your voice. How did the race at Mexico for you? You had a bit of fun.
Oh, yeah, I had a lot of fun, especially after mistakenly started on the hards when my initial strategy, I wanted to start on the softs, actually.
Right. We've seen a couple of drivers already tonight think that the softs might be a good start. So what was the idea behind starting on the softs?
Well, considering that Mexico is usually a pain in the butt, and hards usually tend to struggle, and maybe I thought mediums, it might be a two-stop race. I thought, screw it, I'm starting at the back. Let's check on the softs, go to the one-stop, and see how it goes from there. Unfortunately, the Osprey round happened, but that late safety car saved me, and it looked like, unfortunately for me, everyone knew about my L plan.
Yeah, you weren't the only driver who thought the softs were a good idea tonight. So tell us, what did you get up to for your birthday? How old did you turn? What did you do on the Thursday? And what have you done this weekend to celebrate?
Well, I've turned 31, so I'm now in my 30s. Is it time to have a midlife crisis? I think it is.
Yes, sir, it is.
All downhill.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already been downhill, mate. And I didn't do anything on Thursday or the week, but yesterday I went to the ICC cricket match of New Zealand and Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah, nice. So you popped in there with the family or friends or whatever, and that was part of the birthday gift, or just popped in there for no reason?
It was
cricket.
It was a birthday gift. It was because I had a friend of mine come down from England. Unfortunately, I have no family as I lost them. So, but not to bring that down. They came down to England. We pre-booked this match to go watch, and it was my first ever cricket match at the SCG. I've been to the SCG once for the Major League Baseball, but not a cricket match, and it was banging.
That's good to hear.
So you might see me on TV too.
I'll keep my eyes peeled.
But yeah, so it was a good race. At the end there, I've had a brilliant dive on taut, but unfortunately, it seems that I just overshot it by a bit. But it was a great race, especially at the end there.
We did catch that one on stream, that cheeky one down the inside. It just obviously didn't get on the anchors well enough, and Andre did the double under on you, but it was an ambitious little move.
Had to go for it, especially on the last lap. But unfortunately, I think I might have got him, or maybe probably gone up to like P4 if I didn't nip hashtag in the rear with the small issue in turn 1 and 2.
Joe Williams, yeah, he had himself a good race and backed up from Tier 3, by the way. So he's on his second race of the evening. So good to see him have a good result. We've got Brazil coming up next week. What do you reckon about Brazil? Looking forward to that.
Of course, I'm looking forward to the party atmosphere at Brazil. It's a shame that we couldn't have it now since it was the birthday, but Day of the Dead down, I believe, at Mexico, if I'm not mistaken, today or tomorrow. So it was still a party atmosphere still. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Brazil. I'm hoping to do what I usually do, have a good races, and maybe just score points.
So you'll forgive me if I've gotten this wrong, but it sounds like there's a little accent there. Where are you from? Where were you born? Is there an accent there, or am I completely overstepping a little bit?
You could say that I do have an accent, because I'm full-blooded English. My parents were English. They immigrated to Australia around the 80s. I was born here, So I'm a true blue Australian, mate. But,
Well said. Flawless.
But so yeah, I do. You might do hear that little accent from time to time, but yeah. I mean, I'm usually told that I might have a bit of an American accent because I don't know how that happens.
Well, there you go. All right, well, we've got about 3 minutes now until we tick over to 8 o'clock. So thank you for joining us up here on what is your belated birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, everyone. And it was a fun time here. I would like to come up sometime and commentate with you guys at some point.
Oh, mate, we can have that arranged. Don't worry about that. You put your interest into my inbox or Neil's inbox, and we'll get that sorted, mate. No worries. You've got a good voice about you and clearly pretty confident as well, so we can make that happen. Anytime we need someone to jump up here with us, we'll let you know for sure.
Oh, brill.
Good stuff. All right, then. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening, and good luck in Brazil and for the rest of the season. Michael Gray, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So now I'm curious what we do for the next half an hour until Tier 1. I ain't filling that gap with interviews.
It's not. Why is there half an hour?
Isn't it 8:30?
No.
I thought it was 8 o'clock, but the graphic that is drawn up here says 8:30, and I thought it was 8 o'clock, but is it 8 o'clock or 8:30? I can't see any of the Tier 1 guys in a lobby. I haven't been able to find that. They're all in time trial and in the main menu and stuff. So I think they think it's 8:30.
Is that a recent change? 'Cause it's only 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Because again, yeah, I'm all for doing interviews for 7 or 8 minutes, but I'm not sure what we're going to do for half an hour. But yeah, as I said,
I thought it was 8 o'clock, to be honest. That's the normal start time.
yeah, I'm going to go check the Discord, because that's the be-all and end-all in terms of what time we start. That's Asia Pacific Tier 1 apparently is the Tier 2 roster, so that's not helping. Interesting. No, Nathan Monks is saying 8 o'clock is the start time. So Nathan Monks is reckoning...
8 p.m.'s been start time all season.
Yeah, all right. So maybe it's just the graphic that's got it wrong and it says 8:30. But again, I'm looking for someone in Tier 1 in the lobby, and they're all in time trial.
Yeah.
So
So the loudest of Loud Howards in chat has just popped up saying they're currently sorting a host now. I'm assuming whoever the normal host is away or unavailable or having tech issues or something. So that's why there's no lobby at the moment.
Well, if you want to do your dragging magic, Bender, our Tier 2 Championship leader, Diebols, was willing to jump into the comms and talk to us about possibly winning the championship.
yes.
I can see him in the Tier 1 lobby though, so I don't want to...
Oh, he
Well,
might be
there.
backing up.
He might be backing up, or he might be offering to host. I'm not sure. So we'll leave Diebols there. I think we'll just ramble on between us until we have some information of what's happening.
Our man Brian Tan is hosting. I am in the lobby. We're getting ready. They're all queuing up. Don't worry about that. I'll tell you what we can do is we can introduce the most handsome man I have met in the last year. Tom Maloney has joined us in the commentary booth. Hello to you, sir.
Hello to everyone. That is the kindest thing anyone has said to me in the past year as well. So we can back up compliments.
Should see the facial hair set up on this man. It is absolutely glorious.
Not a fleck of red.
Oh dear. All right. Well, in that case, what we'll do is we'll let the shackles off David Bender McNulty, and he can go away and enjoy the rest of his Sunday evening. What are you getting up to for the rest of the long weekend, Bender? You got anything coming up tomorrow or Tuesday?
Whoa, hey, it's a long weekend?
Oh, no, because you're over there in What's It Land. We've got a long weekend over here. So
What do you have a long weekend for?
We've got the Melbourne Cup on Tuesday, and of course, because the day off on Tuesday, everyone's just taken Monday off and made it a 4-day weekend. So that's what we're doing.
Wow.
Get
Bunch of
in the
slackers on
bin.
the East Coast. Bunch of slackers.
Way to just rub that into us all.
Oh, because Jacob's up in New South Wales as well, so he's got no chance of a long weekend.
I'm going to work at 4:30 tomorrow morning, mate.
How good is Melbourne?
How good is Melbourne? We have way too many public holidays, honest to God. We have so many fucking public holidays. It's unreal.
Oh, you can enjoy your public holidays. I'm going to go and stew over not having a public holiday.
Thank you for joining us for Tier
Catch
2,
you later.
Bender. Always a lot of fun with you, mate. Thank you very much for joining us. See you next week.
Yep, catch up.
We are not far away now, as I said, Tier 1 lining up. I can see both Zs in the lobby, and they are on the top of the championship standings, which makes them ZZ top. Does it not? I still think that's better than it sounds in my head, but apparently it's not. Anyway, both Zs, Zachary Smith, Z Kaichu, they are participating tonight. We do have a fair helping of fill-ins here by the look of it. A couple of the Tier 1 boys unable to make it tonight, so a couple of the Tier 2 boys backing up, filling up the grid. Love to see it. But all the regulars are here. Grid Jokes. Nathan Monks is totally awesome as always. He's here. Caleb Van Der Reyden, his McLaren teammate, Mr. Consistency, he'll be here as well. So get ready, Tier 1's not far away. We're around about 10 seconds from jumping into qualifying. But welcome to you, Tom Maloney. How'd you go in Tier 3? You had a nice little race there, mate. I'm telling you, you've had a bloody good second half of the season ever since you cracked the shits mid-season.
I need to do it every now and then just to reset everything. Yeah, no, it was just I had a really low downforce setup, so the lap time wasn't quite there, but I just tried to make myself as hard to pass as possible and just back myself in to have a good start, which I seem to do a lot. So it was a race of just sort of watching Donny and Amu just sort of drive away slowly but surely.
Yeah, they were on another level tonight, those two, for sure. Radicia was on pace as well, but he obviously had that error, so work out for him. But yeah, man, you've looked really strong. You've been carrying the Williams stable, that's for sure. No,
Don't say that.
no slander intended, but Jesse McLean has fallen off the pace in the last half of the season, and you seem to be picking up the slack for the Williams team. So Williams still leading the constructors pretty handily in Tier 3 from Ferrari. So with only 5 races to go.
Jesse's going to be buying himself some more fancy kit, so that'll gain him a couple of tenths once he gets up to speed on that.
All right. Qualifying underway. Everyone just hanging out in the pit lane at the moment.
Surely we see a 15 from Tier 1.
Oh, easily 15s. As I said earlier on, I hope we can get a 14.9 out of one of these drivers. Dimitri Forrester, capable of a 15.2. It was the best time I saw in practice this week. I didn't see a 14, but a 15.2 from Dimitri Forrester. I think, if we're lucky, we will bear witness to a 14.9. I tell you what, we are going to see, according to Diabols, is a wet to dry race. Hello.
That is.
Yes, we haven't had moisture for a while. But I'm all for, I know reserves aren't allowed to qualify, and I understand that, but I'm all for letting Jin Bin qualify. I want to see where his pace stacks up to the guys in Tier 1.
Yeah, he might be worth a little promotion. He continues to blow us away with his pace in Tier 2. Might be worth a cheeky promotion. That's a good shout from you. Even if he doesn't qualify, I think we can take his time out of Tier 2 and just compare it up against the big boys up here. Because there are still some very, very fast drivers up here, so I would be surprised if he gets anywhere near the top 5, but he might just sneak into the top 10. But look at some of the names here that he's got to try and beat. Dimitri Forrester. I could name off every single driver here and would be comfortable that they would match it with Jin Bin on their day. I am very much looking forward to seeing how Grid Jokes goes tonight. This will be his second week of the Legends Series on a wheel. He races in another league that I watched him during the week, and he won that race. So he's found a bit of pace midweek on the wheel, of course, coming from being a gamepad user. So he'll be a cheeky shout tonight. Keep an eye on him. But yes, I am most keen to see whether Zachary Smith or Zekai Chu, or of course anyone else, can post a 14. That's what I am most excited to see.
Surely someone just gives one of them a toe just to make it happen.
Comms box audio is coming in and out. Is it? Is it still happening? I don't know what would be causing that.
What have you broken now, JC?
Oh, I don't know, mate. Every single week there's something I get my hands on in here.
Some wrong button somewhere.
I don't know. Raffley Fidelia is a notable absentee tonight. Of course, the winner of the feature race last week from Zikachu and Brian Ando Garneta. The Alfa Romeo driver not participating tonight.
Yeah, looks like we got quite a few drivers missing tonight. Grid of 15, but 4 of them are reserved, so only 11 of the Tier 1 boys available for tonight.
Both the Williams boys are out. What's
Yeah,
your brother
Mitch-
doing, Jake?
Mitch is busy. He's getting himself packed up, ready to move to Japan on the 15th, so...
So has he got the rig packed up and gone already, or is he going to have one more race at Brazil kind of thing, or is he done?
No, I believe he will be racing at Brazil. He's just packing stuff up and, you know, farewelling everybody and whatnot, so...
Well, able to
Ziko's
make
doing
it.
15.9s, so
Boom, straight
Benchmark
away.
set.
15-9.
1 second to find.
Yeah, that is interesting. We generally see the Tier 1 guys straight on the pace, so if that is the pace... I don't think that's the pace.
Yet to do a lap, so...
Give us some telemetry. Let's see where he's up to.
Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you, sir.
We always say this, and then someone just goes bang and sets something way in front of what we were expecting. 15-6
6.
from Dimitri, so we are going to see a low 15, I reckon.
Let's see what Smithy's got in him here after his first hot lap. Around this final corner here, tricky to get the traction down. Comes across P6 for the 16.3, so definitely not his fastest lap. Coming out straight away.
Track did feel like it ramped up through quality, at least in Tier 3 as well, so...
Here comes Grid Jokes. He has exhausted every single bit of battery he's got available to him, and in fact, so much so that he won't have much at all to get him across the line here. He's going to be right down nothing. 16.7 for Grid Jokes. So just totally awesome now. Nathan Monk's the last person to cross the line for their first final lap. Daniel Lambert still in the pit lane at the moment. Not sure whether he's got some technical issues that he's trying to work out, but of course Jinbin won't be qualifying. As Jacob rightly pointed out, he's filling in along with Ben Curtis, Zhao Eng and Bevis Lau. Those boys unable to qualify due to their fill-in status. Nathan Monk's rounding the final corner here with a 16.5. Slots himself into P8 right behind his McLaren teammate.
Those McLarens stick together, don't they?
They do, yeah. They've been like that all season long, these two. They've helped each other out a couple of times in races and haven't gotten in each other's way. And they're currently P3 in the Constructors, which is a pretty solid effort considering how strong Aston Martin and Mercedes have been. So they are the best of the rest. The two McLaren boys currently enjoying P3.
Yeah, Dan Lambert's on his outlap. Let's go follow him, see what he can do.
Jeremy Washington also on an outlap following him along. You can see the Alpine there coming out for his second hot lap very early on. Is the loudest of Howards. So hopefully he got the memo from the first two tiers. As Tom said only a few minutes ago, track evolution seems to be pretty strong here at the Mexican circuit. So the fact that Jeremy's coming out now to post his second time, of course you only get the 3 sets of softs. He'll want to be patient with that third set.
You get 4.
Oh, you 4, do you? All right. My apologies.
But if you use 4, you don't have any fresh ones for the race, so...
Aha.
You don't do that unless you really have to. And given it'll be a wet to dry, I reckon there'll be plenty of people wanting to keep a set of softs just in case.
Yeah, that's actually a good shout. I wonder how wet to dry it is, Diabols, while you're still sitting here watching Daniel Lambert come around to start his first flying lap. How wet is it going to be early on? Is it going to be sort of 10 laps of wet, or is it going to be 75% of the race wet? Oh, it's a good shout too, actually. Diabol's pointing out that a lot of these drivers may have just compromised their setup a little bit to handle the wet, which is maybe why we're not seeing these times as low as we thought they would be. I'm certainly surprised that we aren't already into the low 15s, like a 15.3, 15.4. I expected better, but that's a great shout from Diabols. Maybe the setups are just being tinkered with a little bit, which means that the one lap pace just isn't there. Daniel Lambert currently P13 in the championship. Not representative of this man's pace, I would suggest. Of course, Daniel missed the first 3 races of the season. And then also missed Italy mid-season. So 4 whole races of not putting any points on the board sees him in P13. But as I said, I believe he's a little bit quicker than that, Daniel. On his day, he is well and truly capable of a podium. Goes with a 16.1 to plonk himself in P5. The last of the drivers to post a lap. Dimitri Forrester coming around now to start his second flyer. Currently 15.6, our leader.
Dimitri's definitely running a dry setup with that top speed.
So he's not playing around. He wants track position. Bring on the rain, he says. As long as I'm up the front, you can do what you want with the weather. Is it going to be wet tyre wet or inclement tyre wet? I don't know if that's supposed to be intermediate tyre wet, Wenza. Hello to you, by the way. Wenza pops in here every bloody week.
I don't reckon we've seen a wet race yet where the wet tyre has been used. Most of the time it only rains enough for bloody intermediates.
We've definitely had the wet tyres out, but I think you're right. I don't think we've ever started on the wets. We've had a handful of wet races this season, and I'm entirely sure that we've seen the wet tyres out, but not at the start of a race. I think you might be right there, and I don't recall any races where we had a mixture of tyres either, where there was a bit of a crossover, like some on wets and some on inters. So
Thank God it's not like real F1 where you get a red flag if you've got to put the wet tyre on.
Don't think we streamed it at Singapore and Tier 3.
15.3.
We used every single tyre and some.
that's a 15.5. Jacob Weatherburn, he finds himself
15.5.
0.2 worth of improvement from Dimitri Forrester on that lap. So nice little 15.5. Jeremy Washington wasn't happy with his flyer, so he's come in to the pit lane. Those soft tyres not getting the use they were looking for. Caleb van der Eyden coming into the final sector here. Already doing a 124, so this is not going to be a good lap from him. He'll be coming in the pits.
Saw a stationary orange dot on the map before, so I suspect he's tried too hard.
His teammate Nathan Monks here coming into the second sector through these S's. You've got to be on point coming through here. Just getting off the gas there, so he might be another one who's just compromised his setup, because if you get it right, you can be flat through there. He is a 10th up too, so this might be one of the drivers who's just worked on his setup a little bit and isn't quite necessarily running the optimum dry setup in preparation for the race. Comes around the final corner now, remembering he had a 10th in the middle sector and now has 3 tenths. So puts himself up 0.003 of a second behind Daniel Lambert in P6.
400s behind Jaden Chia in P3.
Kyle Jackson has invalidated this lap, but it is an out lap, so that's okay with him. Kyle Jackson, it must be noted, currently P3 in the championship. We spoke about best of the rest before. Well, Kyle Jackson is the best of the rest. If not for the 2 Zs, this man would be 130 points clear at the top. He's got 583 points, and Caleb van der Eyden is 4th with 455, so he is really the best of the rest. The definition of The two Zs, of course, we understand well and truly in front of everyone else at this point. Still locked in battle, less than 100 points the gap at the top, as it has been for almost all of this season. But this man here, Kyle Jackson, another driver who has shown up and put points on the board at every single race. He's got himself 11 top 10s and 5 podiums. He's had a great season, Kyle Jackson.
Mistaken, is this Caleb van der Reyden's debut season in F1?
It is for the Legend Series, yes.
Yeah, so that's bloody impressive to be up there in P4 in the championship on your debut season.
Absolutely, in Tier 1, no less. So, yeah, clearly got a lot of pace about him. Caleb van der Reyden, another driver who's put points on the board every single race. In fact, the top 4 are the only drivers in Tier 1 to have done so. Zachary Smith, Zekai Chu, Kyle Jackson, and Caleb van der Reyden. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the championship. And as I said, the 4 drivers who have put points on the board every single race. Shown up and done their job, kept it clean, no DNFs. Great stuff from those 4.
Kyle Jackson bangs a 15.7 and Jaden Chia's just done a 15.7 as well to put themselves P2 and P3 currently.
So the
So we're
times.
starting to see a few 15s drop now with 4 minutes to go in quali. Zachary Smith down there in P9. I don't know if he's on a lap or just on his out lap. I would say he's on a lap. He's just gone second with a 15.5.
Nice, Smithy. There you go.
5 thousandths behind Dimitri.
Oofed.
Wow.
That sucks.
Every week, I swear these times are just getting closer and closer together in every single tier. As Jeremy Washington invalidates that lap through the stadium section.
He hadn't used any battery that whole lap. I thought it was an out lap. I thought he'd...
Or maybe it was.
I reckon he's probably just left it off. Very easy to do.
Interesting. All right, well, hopefully he's got one more set of softs left because we've got 3 minutes to go. The track will have evolved, and now's a good time if you want to go out and put a lap down. Speaking of put on a lap down, Grid Jokes will have a crack at his final flyer. So we'll jump on board with him as he takes us a lap around this Mexican circuit, whose name is something Spanish, and I had a giggle when Crofty tried to spit it out. I think he stumbled over it one year, and I was going to have a go at it tonight, and then I realised how tough it was, so I didn't bother with it.
Manoth Rodriguez.
Something...
There's a lot of THs in there that aren't there, that are there, that, you know, it's
Rugrats, bloody Hernandez, something or other. How's it going on the wheel here, Grid Jokes? Looking pretty smooth through there. Nice little first sector. This is the tricky part, though. Left over right over left. You've got to get the hands working here. Elbows and quads and everything coming into play. Handled that nicely. Valid and fast. He's a 10th up. Let's see how he can handle this final sector here. Right up to the apexes there. Runs it out wide. Nice through the final corner as well, and then gets the power down early, tucks it on the inside, right up to the line. He improves by 2/10. It's not enough to lift him up past Caleb van der Reyden. Still, P11 for Grid Jokes. So a 16.5 is the best he can manage tonight. Only
That's where
1
he'll be.
second off pole, though, so not anything to sneeze at whatsoever here in Tier 1 for Grid Jokes.
Interesting that Jim Bin's 16 flat, which was his pole lap for Tier 2, would put him pretty much P5, P6 at the moment.
Was it a 16 flat? I'm sure he's in the 15s. Weren't they doing like, wasn't it a 15 too?
No, they did 16 flats.
Oh,
Tier 2.
okay. All right. My memory's bloody dog shit. Where's Alex Imey tonight, by the way? He always gives me shit for my memory. Where is Pun Lord? Alex Imey, a notable absentee from chat tonight. Must be out there
Fires.
putting out fires, yeah.
No chatbots to smite, so putting out real fires.
Oh, that's a good shout too. I missed the sex bots. Where have they gone? They've absolutely deserted us in the later half of this season. They were best on ground first half.
They all died in Ukraine. Well, what?
Whoa, whoa!
Oh,
Jesus. Demonetized. Zikachu, what do you got in you? He's got pole in him,
lap.
ladies and gentlemen. Bang! 15-4. Woohoo! Nice one. All right. Well, that's going to require a reply. Dimitri Forrester.
And
I want
covers
a
the
lap.
top 3 at the moment.
Wow, Zach got out and in. Wow. He was
did.
still in the pits with a minute 30 to go.
Yep.
Daniel Lambert is the last car on track.
To have crossed the line. Yeah, he did. Yep, nice. He is coming down to turn 1 there now too, so he'll be worth a shout. We'll jump up and see what Dimitri's got in him as he comes across the line for the final time. He's being chased around by Jeremy Washington. Not sure if Jeremy's on a lap, but we'll chuck him on in a second. What's Dimitri got here? Doesn't improve. Under a 10th. Just misses out. Jeremy Washington crosses the line. 16.2 is the time he can come up with, so that's P9 in the books for him.
Time 1,000th slower than his last time.
Ooshed.
Unfortunate.
Ooshed.
Kyle Jackson, Jaden Chia right on the same patch of road.
Jaden Chia will enjoy the tiny little bit of slipstream available to him here. Won't be worth much at all. Kyle Jackson doesn't improve. Jaden Chia does and pinches P4 off him by 21 thousandths of a second. Zachary Smith coming across the line very shortly. Let's see what he's got in him. He only needs to find a 10th. He can't find it. He hasn't got it. So he stays P3, and then Daniel Lambert will be the last across the line, and he improves by a 10th and a half, but it isn't enough to lift him out of P7 past Brian Tan, so he stays in P7. Zikai Chu, ladies and gentlemen, will start from pole, as he has done a few times already this season. That is his 4th pole. That takes him above Zachary Smith, who's on 3 poles. So 4 for Zikai Chu, 3 for Zachary Smith, 1 for Mitch Weatherburn, Dimitri Forrester, Rafley Fidelia, 2 for Daniel Lambert. But number 4 in the book for Zikai Chu by 66 thousandths from Dimitri Forrester and 71 thousandths from Zachary Smith. Jaden Chia P4, Kyle Jackson P5. Tier 2, what do we call it? Hang on. No, wait. I can remember. Wait, what? Minor Premier.
That's the one, yes.
Minor Premier Brian Tan from Tier 2 up here. And Tier 1 is P6. Daniel Lambert P7. Nathan Monks, Jeremy Washington, and Caleb Van der Reyden round out the top 10 here in Tier 1. We have 38 laps of content left for you.
36.
36. I think it's
Yes, I
36.
guess,
I knew as soon as I said 38, I second guessed it as soon as I said it.
So hard.
You and numbers.
Whoa! That is as moist as it gets. That is not intermediate weather, Wenza. That is surely wet tyre weather.
There's no
That's a
puddles.
wet tyre.
This could be that race that we were looking for before, where we see a couple of different tyres come out here.
What do you pick? What would you pick? Inters or wets?
I'm going wets.
Going wets.
Can't see the puddles. Go inters.
Inters for Tom, wets for JC.
It looked like it would be wets for me, but maybe I'm wrong.
It gets wetter though. Start on wets and.
Is
say
it
that
getting wetter? It was going wet to dry, according to Diabols.
We're only on approximate weather guessing. So.
Oh. Well, that's what we love to see. It's been like that all night, actually. We had softs, mediums, and hards on the grid for Tier 3. I think we had the same for Tier 2. So there's been different tyres and different strategies and stuff all night long. And we haven't seen a giant kerfuffle crash gate safety car thing. It's been good driving all around. There's been battles and, of course, a couple of spins and plenty of penalties, but nothing meme-worthy in terms of crashes and stuff. So that's been good. I was actually concerned coming in tonight that we'd see another night of more safety car laps than race laps, simply because of how difficult this track is and how slippery it is. But we haven't seen that at all. So good stuff from Tier 3 and Tier 2. Hopefully backed up here by Tier 1.
There was a little bit of meme-worthy stuff at the end of Tier 2. There was that car park at T1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was. Yep.
Not quite the car park at the V8s in Surfers Paradise, but
Jacob and I
wasn't
spoke
that
about that
bad.
very early on. That was a massive stack.
Well, while we're waiting for these guys to ready up, do you think Verstappen runs away with it tonight? Or
Absolutely.
tomorrow morning, I should say.
I think it is a foregone conclusion that that man does what he wants up the front. It takes all sorts of safety cars and bad luck to throw that man any sort of bone. He's just got it in the bag. He's on another level this season.
I think he will win, but I'm still like, I still just want this Hamilton streak to continue. I need him to win a race.
Oh, tell you what I've just seen. Mitch Weatherburn has started playing F1 2022.
Yeah, I just saw that.
So I don't know whether it means he's going to jump on the grid here or not. Hang on a second.
No,
we
you
might
won't
just-
be able to get in
Nah, it's too late to jump in now.
Is it?
unless they restart the lobby. No, you got to be in during quali to get in the race.
Oh, it's one of his last races. Surely we'll restart the lobby. Get him in. I'll find something to entertain us for 5 minutes if you want to go restart that. No, the timer has started.
Oh.
We're ticking down. We've got 20 seconds now until we get on the grid. Poor old
Unless
Mitch
they
is
have
gonna
already
miss
left just to start the new lobby.
out. Ooh.
I doubt it.
Ooh. Hey, Matt, as I said, I'm all for it. Get
Let's
that
get
man
it
racing.
going.
Well, if he's not racing, ask him what he's doing, Jake. Like, you can't just be showing up 8:28 when the race is at 8:30.
More so because he's teased us. I'm just disappointed with the tease. I wanted to see him racing. Anyway,
Get
let's...
this overlap down. I want to see what tyres they're on.
They're all on intermediates. That's
Damn.
just thrown you and me straight under the bus. Tom takes the points for that one. It's
Nothing.
yeah, that's what this is what happened in Tier 2 too. I don't know why it just gives us this ghost track for a little while, but anyway, they're completing their formation lap now. Coming around the final corner. Apparently the optimum tyre is either the intermediate, the wet, or the penalty.
I wondered what the hell that was.
What?
Optimum strategy is to pit for Inter or pit for Inter.
Or pit for penalty.
So remind me, they don't need to pit here, do they? They can go the whole
No, they
race
do
on one
not.
set of tyres, can they?
Even if it dries out, there is no need to pit now because the race starts wet.
Well, there you go. So, interesting. All right, Jacob Weatherburn, I've called the first two and it's been pretty clean. I want to see you curse the crap out of this. Let's go, Tier 1.
4 and 5. We are off. It's like a relatively good start by everyone, although Dimitri Forrester there's got a little bit bogged down off the line. Jaden Chi has had a great start. Zachary Smith up there as well. Looks like there's a few 2 and 3 wides. Moving into turn 1. Dimitri Forrester looked like he locked up a little bit but got through it all right.
Zekai's made an absolute meal of that.
Yeah, everyone's been pushed a little wide there. Didn't really know where to look there, but everyone seems to be through cleanly. Jaden Chi is looking around the outside, not going to get it done there in the wet. Zachary Smith has had to balk on Brian Tan. Everyone being very, very cautious.
Oh,
Zachary Smith. Oh!
that's Nathan Monks, and he's dead.
Nathan Monks.
DNF, number 1, and safety car, number
BST.
1.
Only virtual at the
Ooh,
moment.
it is
Oh, look at everyone.
Here goes the
slow down on
deltas.
their deltas.
Ugh. Stopped on track. That is ridiculous. Unreal.
Deltas are playing games with everybody there.
Jeremy Washington just got a position too on, I think it was Momo. I'm
He
not
did,
sure,
yes.
sure whether that was intentional or whether the game asked him to do that or what the hell happened there, but Jeremy just sneaks up in a P9. Thank you very much. It is still only a VSC. The stricken McLaren of Nathan Monks has been removed from the wall of Sector 2's hairpins, so we will get underway again. And Jaden
He
Chia,
is up 3 positions, up
Ooh.
into P1,
Ooh.
and he is gone. 1.5 seconds clear.
he had a ridiculously good launch off the line. Like everyone else is spinning him up. He went from P5 or P4 or whatever it was straight up into P2 and was challenging down into turn 1. And then again here off the safety car restart, he has just left them all in his spray. Great start from Jaden Chia. On it tonight.
His Aston Martin teammate Zachary Smith lost 3 positions. He's down there in P6. Caleb
Jake's
Vander
out
Raiden's
too.
made up tree. Oh, Grid Jakes has DNF'd as well, coming onto the main straight.
No safety car for that one either.
Well.
Interesting.
So we're down 2 already. Very early on.
Well, they did say it was a very slippery track, and we noticed in Tier 3 and Tier 2 how hard it was to keep these cars going straight, and I'm sure that's made much worse by the current conditions. So it is going to be a battle of attrition, at least for the first half of this race, as these drivers come to grips with the amount of water on the road, and whether or not this gets worse and they have to pit for wets, or it gets better and they have to go on to softs, it is going to be treacherous for 100% of this race either way. Unlucky Grid Jokes. Straight into chat. Wet weather plus new on a wheel equals dead. Yeah, fair enough, mate. Hey, you weren't the first to DNF, so I guess you get points for that, yeah? Take that as a win. Kind of, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Just trying to find positives. Unlucky, mate. Off to Brazil next week.
Jaden Chi has pulled out with 3 seconds on the rest of the field. He's loving these wet weather conditions.
What is he? He's bloody cheating up there. What's going on, Jaden Cherry? He's got a different bloody tyre model happening.
I wonder if he's gone full. I mean, he wouldn't have went full wet setup because he qualified P4. Zachary Smith grabs 3 seconds on lap 3.
I think he was forced off track a couple of times on that first lap, and automated track warnings unfortunately mean that that's usually a warning for not much.
Does look like he's got a bit of understeer built into this car, but then on the exit you can see he's got his hands all crossed up as well, so just not playing games for him, this Aston Martin. Of course it is wet, so I'm sure a lot of drivers are struggling, but as you said, Jacob, that is very early to pick up 3 seconds, and yes, he got knocked off the track once or twice, but that's a cut there too.
That won't help.
Absolutely.
Definitely another warning on that one.
How's Jin
Well,
been
the same
going?
thing in Coda, didn't we? He got a penalty quite early on.
Jinbin's up 5 positions. So he's slotted in nicely here into P10, putting Jeremy Washington under all sorts of pressure. Jaden Chi is just doing fastest lap after fastest lap. 4 seconds clear now.
1:29.8, the fastest lap from Jaden Chia. No one else even close. The best lap after that, a 30.6 from Caleb Vander Raiden. He is on another level tonight, Jaden Chia. Absolutely, as you said, Jacob, just loving these conditions at the moment. Whoa, that's a dive from Jinbin. And he's got that done. Nothing wrong with that. Nice one. Very aggressive under brakes there. Jeremy Washington caught napping, and Jinbin up into P9. Nice one.
Loves the dive, Jinbin.
Up here, Daniel Lambert, Brian Tan, Zachary Smith, all part of this little battle here. You got Daniel Lambert and Brian Tan here side by side through the last couple of corners, and Brian Tan does nicely to sneak in front of Daniel Lambert there on the exit, which means that Zachary Smith gets to poke his nose into Daniel Lambert's business, and Daniel does nicely to get the car going straight again and hold on to P5 for now. Nice little battle there side by side from Brian Tan and Daniel Lambert in the wet. He's going to have a little lunge here, Zachary Smith. He is. Down the inside, but outbrakes himself, which you would assume means Daniel Lambert gets that position back. Is Zachary Smith still on the inside? He is. Daniel Lambert also outbraking himself, but managing to get on the gas. And oh, hello, Caleb Vander Raiden. How are you going? He's just going to poke his nose in here too and say, hello, I'll take advantage of this. Up into P6 for Caleb Vander Raiden.
Oh, Jackson's wants a piece of it as well. And I tell you what, Jinbin's not too far behind these 3.
So a great start to this race, as we said, for Jaden Chia, who looks to be on another level. 5 seconds up the road from Zikai Chu now. So that's one to write home to your grandkids about. Anytime you can pull 5 seconds on Zikai Chu, you're doing something right. And he's doing it in the wet as well, so he's looking really strong up the front, Jaden Chia. Zikai Chu currently P2, won't be too displeased. He's holding off Dimitri Forrester at the moment. Brian Tan and Daniel Lambert were in battle couple of laps ago, but they've sorted themselves out now for 4 and 5. But then through here, this midfield battle here, involving Lambert, Caleb Van Der Reyden, Zachary Smith, Kyle Jackson, Jinbin involved as well. This is the group to watch here at the moment.
Jinbin's all over the back of Kyle Jackson. You'll want to have a look up the inside here. He's not going to be close enough. Oh, he's going to have a dive anyway.
Oh dear. Oh, he's done nicely there to avoid getting into Kyle Jackson's rear wheel. I think Kyle Jackson sort of felt like he was coming to, and he just opened up the steering a touch to give him some room. So good driving from the two of them.
Jaden Chi is down to a 29.3 at the moment. We have done 6 laps of this race, and he's done a fastest lap on every single lap so far.
So not only is he finding pace early on, he's continuing to get faster.
The rain does look like it was less than it was 6 laps ago.
Agreed.
Definitely looks like it's stopping, so if it does happen to dry out, it'll be interesting to see what sort of pace Jaden Chi has if they end up on dry tyres at some stage. Whether he did compromise a setup and run a bit more of a wet setup compared to everybody else.
Adley, can you tell me who Zen is? Because I have OOR Zen on my friends list, and every time that person pops up on my friends list, like, oh, hello Zen, I actually don't know who Zen is. Is that Jaden Chia or is that someone else? Can you advise, please?
Question?
Jinbin, 3 seconds on the board for track cutting, so that's the second penalty of the evening. Momo is in the wall somewhere. That's the second safety car of the night. You see Burt Meyerlander coming onto the track, and again, the Delta playing funny buggers with the drivers here as they all stop on track.
Why we stop? The safety car is out.
Literally stopped on track. Everybody.
If anyone is unfamiliar with what happens here, is the game will have you at sort of half a tenth over your delta, which is fine, and then it'll just spike you up to 4 seconds behind, and you have 10 seconds to get rid of that 4-second advantage of things you have. So stopping is legitimately the only way to give 4 seconds back.
Yeah, it is a joke. It was
Then-
pretty chaotic when it first happened earlier on this season. When that first bug appeared, we had some cars not realising that the Delta was that bad, and they were flying up the arse of cars who were stopped on track. So it made all sorts of chaos in the middle part of this season. You see all the drivers are well aware of it now. They're all across it. So every driver now, not only probably jumping on the Discord with each other and just saying, hey, there's a shitty Delta, mind your Deltas, etc. Ben Curtis would be first and foremost. Loves to get on and help out his fellow competitors when there's funny buggers happening. So a really fun and interesting start to this race, but it is claiming its victims. We're down to 12 already. We're just 7 laps in. And as Jacob said, the weather is getting a little bit better, but it is still very treacherous out there. Crucially, doesn't seem to be any puddles forming, so there's no aquaplaning. It's a pretty consistent sort of line. But as we said, it is a very slippery track in dry conditions, let alone in the wet. So she's pretty hard to hold on to, an F1 car in the best of conditions. I'm sure it's very treacherous out there, but these are the best drivers in OR, so they're managing pretty well so far. Jaden Chia managing the best. How about this? 129.3, as Jacob pointed out. Zico Chu's found a little bit of pace, and he's got a 29.7 on the board.
Second fastest driver is Caleb Van Der Reyden.
So he's clearly got a bit of pace about him too, Caleb. He's only 2/10 off Jaden Chi's purple lap. So down in P6 at the moment. He has made up 4 spots off the start, but the drivers in front of him are doing 30s and high 29s. So Caleb may be just stuck in a bit of traffic here.
So we just wait for the 2 Alpine drivers to catch up with the safety car. they decided to pit and put on some fresh inters.
I mean, why not? Safety car's out, not losing anything. 6 laps advantage is 6 laps advantage. Why not?
Be interested to know if it is going to dry out though. The rain almost looks like it has stopped.
Yeah, agreed. And the sun's starting to poke its nose out through the clouds there too. You can see the clouds starting to break up a little bit. And I think you're right, Jacob. There's no rain visible. So it will only get drier from here.
This stadium section is so cool. Just driving into just grandstand after grandstand. It's rubbish to drive through, but it looks cool.
Rubbish to drive through. You're not a fan of the complex nature of this final sector?
It'd be nice if, like the rest of the tracks in the game, they all had an extra 5% grip, but because it's just so low grip that you just the front just washes out no matter what you do.
Now, Adley's in chat. He's taking notes. I'm telling you, mate. We're not going to be the only people telling you this is a very slippery game. And it is pretty hard to get the traction down. And if you think your soft tyres are going to last any more than 4 laps, you can throw them in the bin, mate. Put that down on your notepad. The soft tyres are pretty garbage. Hard tyres are really good. You see plenty of hard tyres on a dry day. Whereas I think they were mostly avoided in the previous games. The hard tyres were pretty garbage in every game up until now. Now they're the optimum tyre.
It was a massive change. You never wanted to be on the hard tyres in 21.
Now you pretty much have to. Because the softs are utterly useless in this game.
If you had your choice, are you going on the mediums or the hards for the majority of the race? I know we've seen a lot of strategies this season where only mediums and hards have been any good. And it's always interesting to me who starts on mediums and who starts on hards. So what is your... does that change for you, Tom, based on track? Or are you always going to start on the mediums and go to hards?
I'll always start in the mediums because if you get an early safety car, hards will always go to the end of the race.
So what do you think the thought process is for the drivers who like to start on hards? There's plenty of them out there who like to go hard to medium. What's the thought process there?
I had no idea.
Probably the medium tyre being the better tyre on lower fuel, potentially?
Yeah, quite possibly. And I think the medium tyre's always got a little bit more longevity than we always give it credit for. But I don't know. I just don't enjoy the hard tyre. I don't like having a front end that washes out, and I don't like having a rear end that doesn't stick. So the more grip, the better.
Well, speaking of rear ends that don't stick, the safety car's pulled away, and everyone's having to find traction out of the final corner here. Brian Tan not having the best time of it. Didn't quite get the power down, so he lost a fair bit of time to Dimitri Forrester, who's up there doing squealies, trying to get heat temperature into his tyres as I stumble over that one. Zekai Chu pretty late on the brakes down here into turn 1. Oh, there's a yellow back there. There's a couple of cars, I reckon, who have... that's Brian Tan facing backwards. Caleb van der Eyden's also having to recover himself. There is no safety car this time, though. They have all managed to get it going again. Brian Tan was P4 at the safety car restart. Now P12. Unlucky for the Tier 2 minor premier. Back up the front, though, it was a good restart from Zekai Chu. He was right there with Jaden Chia. But again, Jaden Chia just seems to be on a different tyre. He is already nearly 2 seconds up the road. He has found his zen on these intermediate tyres and is absolutely destroying the rest of the field. Dimitri Forrester, we just onboarded with him as he took up his first 3-second penalty of the evening.
That's the best pun from you tonight, mate. Well
You like that? Oh, good. Finally, I land one.
I really love that one.
Bit of Alex Army rubbing off on me there. Oh, I miss Alex.
Like, right, he's
Where
cleared
is he?
2 seconds on the first lap of the restart. It's 2.2 clear already, so any
And a fastest lap, so that track is definitely getting fast.
Oh, who's that? That's Jin Bin back there who's facing the wrong way and he's in the wall. He's got all his wing in place, but he has obviously just gotten a little greedy on the throttle coming out of the final corner there and has just gotten it sideways. Doesn't look like he looped it or put it into the wall, so he will carry on, but that's not ideal for Jin Ben as he joins us here in Tier 1 as a reserve.
What lap do these intermediates start feeling a bit weird? Have we done enough running on them to even have an accurate reading?
Well, even if we have, A, my memory's garbage and I'm not going to remember. B, it's always going to be different, isn't it? Because of the difference in weather. Like the rain may have stopped earlier in some races, and so they're running around on a dry track on intermediate tyres, and they only went for 9 laps before they turned to shit. Whereas some other races where we were on inters might have been raining the whole race, and they managed to get 20 laps out of them. I just think that changes based on how wet it actually is.
Yeah, you're probably right there. I think you're on the money.
Dimitri Forrester all over the back of Zekai Chu here. Whether or not this is Jaden Chia being ridiculously quick, or Zekai Chu not necessarily being particularly quick, Jaden Chia again just posting purple after purple after purple. But Dimitri Forrester is on the back of Zekai Chu here. So it could be a case of both. Could be Jaden being ridiculously quick and Zekai Chu not necessarily having all the pace he wants at his disposal. So Dimitri Forrester and Daniel Lambert and Zachary Smith, mind you, all here chasing down Zekai Chu, trying to make their way up into P2. Zekai Chu.
Sorry, so it'll be interesting to see how much longer we go before anybody starts thinking about a dry tyre. You're right, Zekai Chu's definitely got some defending to do here. These 3 guys behind him are all very, very quick drivers.
Yeah, Kenneth, rain definitely stopping. Jacob and I spotted a couple of laps ago during that safety car that the rain had spotted. Jacob was all over it early on. He said it's getting less and less. And then when it stopped, it was pretty clear that the sun was poking out behind the clouds, and you can see a bit of a dry line starting to form now too.
No doubt about it, JC. That is definitely a dry line, especially in those faster corners.
I reckon by lap 20, you'll have someone put dry tyres on.
Lap 15.
You reckon?
Yeah, Jaden's getting real quick now.
He's 4 seconds quicker than he was before the safety car, so yeah, you're right. It's definitely drying out very quickly.
I mean, if you keep posting purples, just stay on the fucking inters. Just keep doing it. Or Jin Bin bang.
Oh, there's a driver.
Reply. And that's on 12-lap-old inters that he had spun up in the final corner too, so they're not ideal tyres. Jin Bin's got some pace. He's got the fastest lap in Tier 1. Promote that man. Here we are talking about Jaden Chia being on another level. Jin Bin's just gone and beaten him by a 10th. Put that man in Tier 1. But as has been the case with Jin Bin a couple of times in the last couple of weeks, well, he's only been here for, 3-4 weeks. He's clearly got 1 lap pace, but he also has a tendency to spin him up. Racecraft wasn't there in the first week he was here. He had a good result tonight. He's had a good race, but then here again, he's made a little error and finds himself at the back of the field. So he's a bit up and down, Jin Bin, but clearly has ridiculous pace on his night.
Oh, there's
we just
Oh,
saw
he's
that
got
Smith.
6 seconds now.
Yep. So that's going to really hurt him, Zachary Smith, especially if there's another late safety car. We saw that in Tier 2 where the safety car just killed anyone with any sort of penalties as it grouped up the field. Purple, purple, purple. It's all happening. The track getting drier now.
Flick to tyres. I want to see what Jaden Chi is putting on. He's gone the mediums.
Woofed. There you go.
There you go. This is lap 20 rubbish, Jake.
Yeah, you called it. Lap 15. We're on 14 now, but if he spins it up now, it's obviously too early. So as Ben Curtis and Jin Bin jump onto the hard tyres.
Cards will get to the end, but they won't be much fun at the moment.
So in saying that, shouldn't be too many laps away before DRS is enabled then.
Yeah, I thought the tyres going dry was about the crossover point. I don't know, we usually get told, right, that the DRS is available, so we haven't been shown that yet. But these drivers obviously taking a risk and saying, I'm not waiting for the DRS, I'm not waiting for Jeff, I'm not waiting for that crossover point, I'm doing it now. So it will be interesting to keep an eye on Jaden Chia's times.
I'm surprised that Jaden Chi was the first one to bite bullet. Being out in front, I probably would have just stayed out in front till someone behind me pit and then just covered them off. Being the race leader, I wouldn't have thought you'd want to be the first one out there on the dry tyre.
He had the
Doesn't
gap for it.
work. Well, he does have the gap, yeah.
Not anymore. He had it. He's losing time to Brian, so I think that first lap is... Oh, well, we've got 3 more coming in.
They're all coming in now. Daniel Lambert, the only one who hasn't pitted out of the top 6. Jeremy Washington now joins him as he stays out as well. Caleb van der Reyden still on an intermediate tyre, has gone quickest. So it is right at that crossover point where the drivers have thought the dry tyre might be optimal, but the intermediates still doing really quick times. So Daniel Lambert, Jeremy Washington, Caleb van der Reyden, they're going to do another couple of laps yet on these intermediate tyres, but you can see the track is now really drying up. And we know Codemasters have a tendency to just change conditions almost instantly. So this could be a really vital point in the race. This is lap 15 of 36. And the driver's being asked some serious questions here.
Dimitri Forrester's in a very good spot there. He doesn't have to pit again.
Yeah, that was my interesting one from Jaden Chair. I thought the hard tyre with this long to go would have been the better tyre to guarantee you would make the end of the race with reasonable pace. But Jaden thought, I can make these mediums stretch out.
No, I think all the guys that are jumping on the mediums are expecting that not even the hards are going to get home. I think they're expecting either a late safety car or everyone's going to have to do a 2-stop. So why not go medium, then possibly soft to finish the race?
Also, probably the hard might have been a little bit terrifying as the track was drying out.
Yeah, a bit harder to get temp into that tyre, so as Jaden Chair goes purple, so it's definitely dry tyre time now.
There you go. That's 2 seconds quicker than Caleb van der Reyden's, but I think it's about 2 seconds. He had the purple lap before Caleb van der Reyden. Where is it there? 24.5, 22.7. So it is literally 2 seconds quicker to be on the dry tyres now. They have absolutely nailed that. Jaden Chair retakes the lead of the race. And he is, again, 4 seconds up the road from Daniel Lambert. So now we get the chance to see whether Jaden Chair's pace is as good in the dry as it was in the wet.
We do have DRS open. I missed that little announcement.
Is it? No, I didn't spot that either.
Yep, where Kyle Jackson just had DRS down the straight there, so that has opened up in the last couple of laps.
Okay.
We got hidden by a penalty.
Yeah, maybe. Jaden Chair is still pulling time on Daniel Lambert, so he's clearly got pace on the medium tyre as well.
All right, buckle yourselves in. We haven't had a lot of side-by-side here in Tier 1 because obviously everyone just playing the survival game in the wet, just trying to stay out of each other's business. But as soon as I say that, Brian Tan makes a move up past Jeremy Washington here, so you'll start to see the battles come to... Oh, yeah, you can see them coming around the final corner here. Now they're all up in each other's business. 20.8 now for Jaden Chair. The times continue to fall. Bevis Lau with a 20.7. He's found a little bit of pace jumping up here from Tier 2. The Super Sub is in P8 at the moment with the purple lap up in front. We've got Zekai Chu as a spectator to this little battle between Daniel Lambert and Zachary Smith. His Mercedes teammate looks to have gone through into P2 and holds on to that. Kyle Jackson grabs himself 3 penalties. So the penalties also starting to filter in now. Zachary Smith will be loving life here on the dry tyre. Looks like he was having a bit of trouble in the wet, but now he's making moves around the outside and then the inside here on Daniel Lambert. They are still side by side. Daniel Lambert not willing to give this one up, but I reckon he's gone a little bit wide there and will have to give this up coming into the S's. I wouldn't want to be sending it too wide through there, although we have seen that already tonight, Jacob Weatherburn. I can't remember who that was. I think it was Andre McLeod who went around the outside there through the S's.
It's been a 50-50 so far. We've seen it work once and fail once.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I'd be wanting to risk it based on those odds. But does Daniel Lambert fight Zekai Chu here, or does he just let him pass down the straight here, knowing that he's in the championship fight with Zachary Smith?
Time's continuing to fall. Yep.
Aston Martin 1-2, Mercedes 3-4. I don't know what the Constructors' Championship looks like in this tier, but... there's some
Aston
good
Martin currently
choices.
P1 by 130 points from Mercedes.
We'll do it. P1 in the championship, 1 and 2. P2 in the championship, 3 and 4.
Yep. It's good stuff. I'm telling you, it is going to be a barnstorming end of this season. I can't wait for December 11th when we head off to Imola for the final race of the season. If it is this close, not only in Tier 1, every tier has battles everywhere. In constructors and drivers, from top to bottom, it has just been such a close season of Octane Online Racing's Legends Series, and it's... if it gets to Imola and it is this close, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have kittens. I'm just going to be all over the place.
Imola is a very spicy track too.
Yeah.
It's made for chaos, that track. Jaden Chi is doing well just to maintain that 6-second gap over his teammate. He goes purple again. It's into the 19s now. Lots of guys behind him are into the 18s.
And these guys have got DRS, so they've just got an extra 10th or 2, which is helping them. But Zachary Smith doesn't have DRS, and he can't get any closer to Jaden Chia. That's clearly where the pace is up the front. So, yes, the purple lap's going to find their way through this train here, but only because of that DRS assistance.
Jaden Chi is doing extremely well out there in first place, but I don't think I've seen this season at all anyone outpace Zekai Chu and Zachary Smith like Jaden Chia is doing right now.
You can do nice things when you're in a zone.
Yeah,
Setup's working nicely. Your tyres are working nicely.
I can't recall anywhere either. I think you're right.
That'll do it,
There's-
Zach. Another
Zachary's
3
up to
seconds.
9 seconds now. He is really hoping that there is no late safety car. But Dimitri Forrester here in P5 on the hard tyres, he will be looking to get to the end of the race on those.
Yeah, I reckon the hards make it. It's only 16 laps to go. They're going to be 20 lap old hards, which I just can't believe so many drivers went on to the mediums. When, again, we discussed this in Tier 2. The mediums probably do 20 laps, but they will be struggling towards the end, won't they?
Carl Jackson's having a look here. Medium versus hard. So at the
Oh, Dimitri. Thought he
Yeah,
was going to
that's
turn
all.
in on Kyle Jackson there, but they managed to avoid each other. Kyle Jackson sneaks up at a P5.
I thought they were going to touch them for sure. They both did extremely well. Obviously the medium tyre is still the quicker tyre to be on. So Dimitri's just got to try and hold on, knowing that these hards are going to come back to him later in the race when everyone else starts to struggle.
How about Bevis Lau up here, by the way? Currently P7. Don't worry about Jinbin putting his resume in for Tier 1. How about Bevis Lau looking very strong?
Very consistent, Bevis. Never seems to blow the doors down with pace, but he just keeps doing the same lap time over and over again. Doesn't make too many mistakes as Ben Curtis hits
Ben
the wall.
Curtis DNF'd. Safety car.
Ouch.
This lets your medium tyre runners off the hook a little bit.
Yeah, it gives them a couple extra breathing laps to keep those tyres in a bit of a life window. It is a lifeline.
Mitri goes into the pits. He's probably going to put on mediums now.
Jeez, the safety car was quick to get out and has dragged them down to turn 1. Nice work from Burt Mylander. So we've got an Aston Martin 1, 2, 3 here. Jeez, he got out of the pits quick.
Ben Curtis will not be happy with that. He always looks for a good showing when he reserves for Tier 1.
Yep, sure he'll jump into chat and let us know what happened there. He just got all sorts of crossed up on himself, or hard tyres played funny buggers on him. I'm not sure what happened there for Ben.
There's one of the curves in the S's that is, if you bottom out on it, it is deadly.
Sun definitely out now. You can see the track has really brightened up and these shadows are much deeper now, so We're going to be right back to optimum conditions, and we'll see these times continue to fall as this race develops. We've got 15 laps to go, well over the halfway mark now. And as you said before, Jacob, this safety car will be really disadvantageous for a lot of these drivers, the topmost of those, Zachary Smith, 9 seconds. If the race were to end now, he'd be P10, maybe even P11. But of course,
that's gonna really hurt him in the championship if he can't make a gap to some of these drivers after the safety car comes in. As Jim Bing gets a penalty during the safety car, and then loses a position. Oh, he's in the pit.
He didn't get it coming into the pits, did he?
He got 3 seconds. Yeah, I think he may have.
This game, man.
coming into the pit lane. That is an interesting place to pick up a cut, isn't it?
He may have decided to pit at the last minute and run over the ripple strip to get in the pit lane.
Nathan Muck saying most drivers up front are on 2 warnings, so penalties coming.
That's going to make the end of this race very satisfying.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because it is dry too, so the pace will come to the drivers as the track develops, but how far are you willing to push to find those extra tenths when it could cost you 3 seconds? It's a fine line.
Jaden's setup is in the dry as well, because he's been flying in the wet and the sort of that halfway condition they were in before, but is it going to be just as quick in the completely dry setting?
Who's got it at the moment? Daniel Lambert with an 18.916. Jaden Cheer's got an 18.990. There's a 9.47. So there's a lot of 18.9s there. So everyone around about the same pace at the moment. Of course, that train, meaning everyone got to tuck in behind each other, and they probably were doing the same laps. So maybe not too much data to be drawn from the current purple lap. Safety car coming in. Bert's just done a couple of quick laps to tighten the field up. He's pulling away now, and Jaden Cheer gets another opportunity to lead him away down into turn 1. He had a good restart on the last safety car, but that was in wet conditions. Oh, he's backing the field up, which he's entitled to do. Everyone's got to be careful here.
He's got every right to be a...
Oh, no! He's fucking killed him too. He's taken out someone. He's got Daniel Lambert. Oh, Daniel, no, Jesus. Oh, no, Jaden Cheer was all... Look, he's got 5 seconds for it. Oh, no. Oh, what is happening?
The right thing and tried to hold them up for days.
Oh.
Just shot straight into the pit wall.
Oh, no.
That is quite possibly the best thing I've ever seen.
The best and the worst thing I have ever seen. Jaden, who was looking so strong here tonight. Oh, we saw that with Zikai Chu in Singapore, where he looked like he was just going to walk away with that race, and he did the same thing on the final corner at Singapore after a safety car restart. Bang, straight the pit wall. Safety car restarts and someone spinning has been the theme of this Legend Series, and again tonight, the safety car restart claims a victim. Goodness me. So Zachary Smith will be loving it.
Daniel Lambert was just sitting there on the inside, minding his own business.
Oh, Zikai.
Zikai picks up 3 and gets done by Cole. Oh, no! It's all kicking off now.
It is all kicking off now.
Kicking off now.
There's penalties. There's only a couple of drivers without penalties. One of those is Brian Tan. Caleb van der Eyden and Jeremy Washington are the other two. This battle here is a good one between Zikai Zhu and Kyle Jackson, which has been going on ever since the stadium section on the previous lap, where Zikai Zhu just didn't quite get his exit that he wanted. Kyle Jackson poked his nose around the outside. Zikai Zhu gave him a bit of love and sent him out wide, which meant that they were side by side all the way down the straight. Kyle Jackson eventually getting it done and taking P2 for now. Both of these drivers sitting on 3 seconds, so this is for position. Brian Tan, I tell you what, he'll be licking his lips back here. He's in P4 at the moment, but penalties a foot all up there in front of him, so all he's got to do really is stay within 3 seconds of these two. Caleb van der Eyden joins in, grabs himself 3 seconds. So now there's only 3 drivers left without penalties. Brian Tan, one of those. Zen, unlucky, mate. Jaden Wood, go back and watch the start of this race, mate. We were in awe at your pace in the wet. We could not believe. We thought you were on a different tyre model. You were absolutely flying along and looking really good out the front of this race, but unfortunately, it's ended in the pit wall for you, mate. Unlucky.
If it's going to end, it ended in the most spectacular way possible.
Oh, yeah.
If you're going to end it, make sure you're on stream while you do it.
Poor old Daniel Lambert was left sitting there just staring at Jaden Chia's stricken car.
Oh.
Rating almost takes out the back of Beverslau and then gets passed by Dimitri Forrester to rub it in.
Tell you what, Jim Bin not far behind here either. Dimitri Forrester and Beverslau. Battling. Good stuff from these drivers, nice and clean. It's been a bit of hip and shouldering, but nothing too serious, no silly sends. It's been pretty good stuff. Dimitri's done nicely there to pinch P5 and has very quickly pulled out a gap here too through that middle sector, so Dimitri looking pretty handy here in the dry. But Zachary Smith has taken the safety car restart and used it to full advantage. He's now 2.5 seconds up the road already, but he's got 9 seconds of penalties. He's got to find a 6-second gap with 10 laps to go. You don't count Zachary Smith out of managing that, but it will be a massive effort.
And Venerates sailing on past Beverslau.
It was already flat chat out of battery, so we've only been off safety car for 2 or 3 laps and he's burnt it all.
Daniel Lambert now joins in the penalty party. He grabs himself 3 seconds. We're down to 2. Brian Tan and Jeremy Washington, your 2 drivers remaining without a penalty. Jin Ben around the outside there, outbrakes himself, but that's a good corner to outbrake yourself. There is no straight line before the next corner, so nice little move there from Jin Bin. Gets it done, up in a P7. Daniel Lambert, after really being the most unluckiest driver on the track, just being visited by the front of Jaden Chia's car. No fault of his own there, Daniel Lambert has had to go into the pit lane, get a new nose, change his tyres, and he's used those tyres nicely. Put himself up with a purple lap, currently in P10. He's got a lot of work to do. 40 seconds. He'll be praying. He will be praying for another safety car.
I think he burnt a 5-second penalty for his efforts as well.
Yeah, that'll be removed, so I won't be counting
No,
that.
if you serve the penalty in the race, then you can't do anything about it.
All 5-second penalties get served in pit stops.
That's disgusting. You should be able to turn that. I don't want to serve my penalty in this pit stop. It should be an option.
And then, yes, unfortunately, as Tom said, once you've served the penalty, you will not be getting it removed.
But I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda. We've been saying that about Codemasters all bloody season. It's just a shambles. Anyway, it is what it is. We carry on.
Kyle Jackson and Zeke Chu battling here is allowing Zachary Smith to just slowly extend that gap. It's nearly out to 3 seconds. Provided no more penalties for him, he's only got to get it to 6.
Brian Tan's on here. Has he had a penalty, a podium since he came to Tier 1? No, he hasn't.
I believe so.
No, he got 34 points last week at Coda. Handy little result there, but this will be his best result if he can hang on to this one, Brian Tan. He needs to avoid any penalties and just hang on the back of Zeke Chu here. He'll be right well and truly on for a good result. Our Tier 2 mid-season champion. Zeke has got a nice little run here. I don't think he's got enough legs. Oh, I think he will. Absolutely he does.
Easy.
Bang. Easy. Never mind me.
He's
Brian
got another
Tan's been
LTD
double
RSP to
overtake,
catch up
sorry.
with, Zach Smith.
Brian Tan drops down to P6 after Dimitri Forrester and Caleb van der Reyden both get him on the straight using the DRS. And Jinbin around the outside again here into turn 4 or 5, I think that is, and gets a bit of how you're going with Brian Tan here. The two of them still side by side, and Jinbin with the inside line. Brian's done nicely around the outside there. I don't know how he found that grip. Jinbin really wide there, trying to hold on to P6. That's a little bit naughty. Going off track to complete that move on Brian Tan, so it could be one for the stewards to have a cheeky little glance at.
He's done that a few times tonight, Jinbin, as he gets another 3-second penalty for his troubles, so he's up to 9 seconds as well.
No, we don't need to wait for the stewards then on Tuesday night. Jinbin penalising himself. But Brian Tan, after being on track for a podium less than half a lap ago, he's now down here in P7. He's got a lot of work to do.
He's just got to hang on. If the
Not in a
race
bad
finished-
place, though, with
If
those-
the race finished as it is now, he'd still be P1.
No, he wouldn't. Zico would be.
Oh, yeah, sorry, he would too, yeah.
Nope, nope.
Ah, well, there goes that.
Well,
Cursed commentary.
so,
That's your fault, Jake.
yeah, I'll take that one. Now do we curse Jeremy and say the entire field gets a penalty?
Nah, Jeremy's looked good all night long. He's never in. He's a very clean, concise driver. I would not expect him. He's on 0 warnings at the moment. Look, sees up to the line there, right on the curb, without ever going over it. He is in control of this Alpine. I guarantee you, he is sitting on 0 warnings, and will not be picking up a penalty through the S's here. Look at that, clean as a whistle, never in doubt. I gave it my best shot.
Yep, did nothing.
Dimitri is absolutely pushing that thing. He's wiggling it out of every single corner.
Oh, sorry, Diabolls. Oh, I've got Diabolls in all caps in chat. Oh, I can't. Here's Alpine teammate giving him a ribbon. Sorry, that was apology. Sorry, Ben.
You're not sorry.
I am not in the slightest. Oh dear. No, it's been a good season for curses. We've had a couple of really good ones.
Jacob at Miami will live on in infamy.
I don't think you can ever beat that. I think I cursed every tier, every driver at Miami.
Absolutely.
Every time you pointed the camera at someone, I put them in the wall.
We've had better curses on an individual level, but no, you're right. Nothing will ever top that night. Miami for you was just on another level. By the halfway through tier 1, I think you just stopped talking, full stop.
There was no point. There was no one left.
Oh, God. Very funny. Good stuff.
We've got, what, 6 laps to go at the end of this one.
We've forgotten about the tyres, by the way. How are the tyres going? This might be another little spanner in the works towards the end here. These 15-lap-old mediums will be starting to sook by now. Dimitri Forrester.
I like his spot.
Yeah, absolutely. 9-lap-old mediums won't be too shabby.
Everyone else, I can imagine, in the next 2 or 3 laps is really going to start to struggle a bit.
Unfortunately, he's stuck in a DRS train, but he's nice and close up behind Kyle, who is not going to worry about defending, but Dimitri's going to send it up the inside and still make the apex. But Kyle's not going to make his life easy. And, Caleb's going to say, thank you very much. I'm going to deal with all 3 of you at once.
I was looking forward to a 3 wide into turn 4 then, but they sorted it out. Caleb Van der Reyden goes all the way to P3.
Oh, it's still going. Look at him go. This is a great little battle here. Caleb Van der Reyden took advantage of the battle between Dimitri Forrester and Kyle Jackson. Back there at turn 2, he just sort of snuck up and said, hello, I'm here too. And it is still carrying on here, but Caleb eventually gets it done and moves his way up into P3 on track. So a great little battle there in Tier 1 for you between Van der Reyden, Forrester, Jackson. Great stuff.
Jinbin's getting involved in this as well.
It's just got to be careful, Jinbin. Up here in Tier 1, you don't want to spoil any parties up here. Of course, all these guys still in the battle for a championship. Whether or not they're fighting for P3 or P1, it doesn't matter. Just got to be careful here, Jinbin. He's certainly lining Kyle Jackson up here, though. Both cars DRS assisted. Jin Bin just giving him a bit of a wiggle and showing his nose in the mirrors, but pulled back in and thought better of it. So good driving from Jin Bin there.
Zachary Smith seemed to get to 3 seconds out in front, but hasn't managed to pull much more than that.
Yep, Zekai's still got him there in the windscreen. He can still see him. He'll know the penalty situation in front, so he'll just be staying cool, calm, and collected for now. Driving well, Zekai.
One more penalty for Zekai though, and Zach Smith is safe.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well. So, it's
Oh, I
Brian
thought that was it. Oh,
Oh, Jin Bin's round the outside of turn whatever number that is into the stadium. Goes wide. Be interesting to have a look at that one again because I don't think he completed that on the circuit.
yeah, Jacob said before, not the first time he's done that tonight, Jin Bin. So it's another area he's got to work on.
There's been a couple of questionable overtakes that I think some drivers may end up protesting.
But again, he's reserving up here in Tier 1, so it doesn't really affect his race. What did we just watch there? Jin Bin just teleported. Did I just see that, or am I hallucinating?
No, he just teleported like 100 meters backwards.
Right?
Uh-oh.
Wasn't he in front of Brian Tan?
He was.
Yeah, definitely. He just teleported. He lost like 100 meters.
What? Did anyone else in chat see that? Or we lost our plot up here? What's going on? What just happened?
Speaking of dynamic duos, JC and D-Syncs.
Yeah, I got a bit of that. Amen. Don't know what the deal is there. Great internet. UPC, can't it? Oh, yeah.
Alex Bowen,
Hello, Alex. Welcome
where are
to
you tonight?
Welcome to Curse Land. Alex is busy studying, which is bloody fair enough.
Best of luck with your exams if you have exams coming, Alex. They are rubbish things to have to do, but you got to do them, so best of luck.
But yeah, Alex is obviously a bit busy tonight, but still had enough time to pop in here and try and curse Jeremy Washington. Come on now. Diabols will come and find you. Don't worry about that. I made Diabols angry before. You don't want to do that. Righto, boys. 3 laps to go, and I still don't know how this one's going to end. Based on the amount of penalties we got on track at the moment, there's still overtakes occurring. There's still DRS battles. We've only got a couple of laps to go now, so don't go anywhere. I'm hanging out to see how this plays out for Zachary Smith especially, who is currently 90 points up in the championship. The gap not that large to Zekai Chu. Zekai looking like he's going to pick up the win here based on penalties, but how far back in the field will Zachary Smith fall? And therefore, how will that play out in the standings as we head to Brazil next week?
It's essentially got a 6-second penalty given everyone behind him has a penalty as well.
Yeah, I
That
reckon
puts him
he's
down
full
about P5.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking, P5 at the moment. So he's going to want to try and pull a little bit more, or just hope that someone behind him gets another penalty.
This is nice and tight.
Yep, Jin Bin is bloody pushing Brian Tan around through this stadium section here. He's that close to him. Jeremy Washington not far behind here either. He's just waiting patiently to see whether anything kicks off.
Jeremy Washington gets driver of the day if he finishes with no pens.
Yep, agreed. I will pay that every day of the week. I think poor old Beversley is going to be a sitting duck here as Brian Tan's going to send this down the inside, is he? No, he doesn't. So he's going to wait one more lap before he attempts anything.
Nice little battle for P6.
Yeah, but even then, I don't even know if it is P6 because of the amount of penalties that are there as well. I think Jeremy Washington's probably got P6 here at the moment. I don't even know. I don't know. Oh, my abacus just doesn't work quick enough.
Dimitri's not going to let Caleb have that podium without a fight.
That is a battle on track that we will keep an eye on for sure. You can see Dimitri right there with him. Both of them on 3-second penalties. So this is an on-track battle for the final position on the podium. So that'll be well worth a watch too on this final lap.
Caleb goes very deep. His tyres are crying enough. Whoa! That's...
Oh no. There goes your
They're both
podium.
alive.
There goes the podium for both of them.
Kyle Jackson will sneak through into P3 now.
Oof.
Last lap, so
Oh,
don't
he's going to
kick-
stick it out. He's going to do it with no nose. They're both going to do it with no nose. The final lap. I love it. Let's go. Let's see how many spots they can hold on to here.
Dimitri's got the DRS wide open.
Give us an onboard cam. I want to see how much downforce, how much understeer.
They're going to battle with... This is a no-nose battle into turn one. Both of them with severely damaged front ends. Oh,
No one
God,
knows
it's all
how this is
happening.
going to happen.
Kyle's got to be careful here. He can see that they're both struggling for grip, but he probably doesn't know exactly
Oh,
why.
Brian Tan's dead.
Oh, no, Brian. Oh, he was on for such a good result, too. That's unfortunate for Brian. Where is that? That's... Oh, that's that turn 3. You can get lost. Anyway, back here. Kyle's got to be careful. Oh, goodness. What was... He should pull away here. He doesn't. He hasn't got the downforce. He can't get it done. They're still going with no nose. Caleb van der Reyden. This is amazing work from Dimitri Forrester and Caleb van der Reyden. Finally, Kyle Jackson sneaks his way through.
But that's definitely helped Zach Smith, who will now only drop back to P2.
Oh, hello, Jin Bin.
hello,
Really?
Jin Bin.
What? Hello, Jin Bin. Oh, he just forces his way through on Caleb van der Reyden there. I don't know about that. Oh, and that gives Caleb another 3 seconds. That surely gets removed because Jin Bin just punted him off the track. Whoa, what a final lap. What a final race of the night for
Jeremy
Tier 1.
Washington on the podium.
That's what you get for no podiums. For no penalties,
penalties.
apologies. Whoa, what a race to finish on. Goodness gracious. That had absolutely everything. So, Zekai Chu is your eventual winner. And that will close the gap to Zachary Smith. But Zachary Smith, as you rightly pointed out, Tom, benefiting from all of that kerfuffle and managing to hold on to P2. So, stifling the bleeding that was coming from that huge amount of penalties he'd racked up. Manages to hang on to P2.
Been drive the day. That's rubbish. Give it to Washington.
Yeah, give it to Washington.
Yep, agreed.
We'll override that one.
There's a lot of people in chat who are celebrating the fact that Jeremy finished on the podium, and rightly so. There he is up there, the Alpine driver. He's enjoying himself. Zekai Chu and Zachary Smith so often this season have been on the podium, and again tonight it is Zekai Chu, the benefactor of the biggest trophy available. He grabs himself the win tonight. But I'm sure he would have been licking his lips at the prospect of picking up a big chunk of points over Zachary Smith. But that last lap battle and all sorts of chaos occurring has meant that Zachary Smith manages to hang on to P2. That is really handy for him because based on where he could have finished, he could have been 6th, 7th. That could have given the lead of the championship to Zekai Chu. But I reckon Zachary Smith just hangs on now and will stay P1. It is Zekai Chu. It is raining again, by the way. How does that happen? Anyway, Zekai Chu from pole.
Where was that 5 laps ago?
Zekai Chu from pole finishes P1. Zachary Smith P2. Jeremy Washington, the loudest of Howards, comes in with the dab in chat. He is P3. He is our driver of the day. He is chat's driver of the day. Very nice work to you, Jeremy. Penalty-less nets him the podium. Kyle Jackson P4. Dimitri Forrester the top 5. What a race for Tier 1. What an event we had. All 3 tiers, really quality viewing. Looking forward to going back through that later on this week. Scrolling down at the bottom here so Deckers doesn't murder me. And again, plenty of penalties tonight. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Everyone racking up the penalties. Oh, Mexico in the book. Jacob Weatherburn, your thoughts?
That was exciting. That was... Couldn't have asked for a better finish to Tier 1 there.
Absolutely not.
Caleb van der Reyden, Dimitri Forrester battling for a podium with no front wings. Oh, that will live on.
Great stuff to all involved. Tom, I'm still gasping breath up here. Chat's still going off. Absolute
That
scenes.
is the content that we come to watch.
Oh, we love it. And it is every week here in the Legend series. It's just amazing viewing. Really good stuff. All right, later on this week, the rookies are off to Zolder. Lucky them. I love Zolder. We don't get to race in Zolder this week because we're having a week off. The sprint series is not occurring this week because we are obviously building up to the 6 hours of Silverstone coming up next Saturday. So until we find our way around to that, we will bid you adieu. We are off to Brazil next for another 50% race. My calendar
Silverstone
says
next week.
My calendar says November 13, but it might be next week. It could be now and then or later. I'm not sure.
No, Silverstone endurance race next week. So 100% after the 6 hours of Silverstone that OOR have.
Oof.
You got a 90-minute or what? 100% Silverstone.
Yep. So I hope you like Silverstone because that's all you get.
I absolutely love Silverstone, and so does Ben Curtis, by the way. It's one of his favourite tracks, so he'll be looking forward to that too. Anyway, for now, I've had Tom Maloney and Jacob Weatherburn with me. Thank you to you, gentlemen.
Everything else, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jamie Conboy. It is most weeks, and it will be again next week when we catch you. Have a good time. See you later. Okay, bye.